Good evening. So I like it. I see kind of watermelons and tie-dye, and I see green. We got two great groups here tonight. I'd like to call this July 28th, 2026 meeting of the Morrisville Town Council to order. We ask those in attendance tonight to please silence your cell phones. I just silenced mine. Thank you to those here in person with us tonight, those watching via live stream, those who are watching a recording of this meeting sometime in the future. Our town mission statement, which helps guide our decisions tonight and into the future, is connecting our diverse community to an enhanced quality of life through innovative programs and services. And it's always right there on the wall, right behind our speakers too. Sergeant Strickland is our Sergeant at Arms for this evening's meeting. We thank you for your attendance. This evening, I'll be leading our invocation. As we come together this evening, it is truly nice to be back in this room, continuing the important work we do for our residents and businesses after a short summer break. Since we last gathered, Morrisville is once again recognized as an All-America City, and we are grateful to welcome and thank many of those here tonight who helped make that honor a reality. We also celebrated 250 years as a nation with one of our great community building events right here in town. And part of that ongoing community building, including celebrating Parks and Recreation Month with wonderful activities put on by our staff each week, culminating in our town's first Pilates in the Park this morning, which I can personally attest is a pretty tough workout, even at the beginner setting. Thank you, Katie. I remain deeply grateful to our staff and my colleagues on the council for helping make Morrisville a place our residents are proud to call home. And I'm even more thankful that Morrisville is a place where our residents contribute each day to making it one of the most welcoming and inclusive towns in the entire country. As we begin tonight's work, may we do so with gratitude, purpose, and a shared commitment to serving our community with integrity and compassion. All of those of you who are able, please stand as we recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Before we adopt tonight's agenda, Town Council policy is to review and ensure there are no conflicts of interest or appearance of conflict of interest with any items on the agenda. If you notice anything on the agenda that could be a conflict or look like one, please share that now. Seeing none, is there a motion and second to adopt this evening's regular agenda?
I'll make a motion to adopt the agenda. Second.
I have a motion from Councilmember Johnson, a second from Mayor Pro Tem Rabadi to adopt this evening's regular agenda. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries unanimously 7-0. There are 7 items on this evening's consent agenda. They are approval of the June Town Council meeting minutes, resolution approving Wake County tax reports, resolution and CPOA conveying property to NCDOT, Town Center funding reconciliation, resolution appointing advisory committee members, resolution authorizing land donation for Church Street public right-of-way improvements, and resolution authorizing NCGHSP grant application. Would any member of the council wish to pull any item for discussion? Seeing none, is there a motion and second to adopt the consent agenda?
I'll make that motion.
Second.
I have a motion from Mayor Pro Tem Rabadi, a second from Councilmember Scroggins Johnson. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that also carries unanimously 7-0. We have one proclamation listed on our agenda this evening, and that is a proclamation recognizing Morrisville, which will be Monday, August 10th, between 5 and 7 p.m. at Morrisville Community Park. And I believe Councilmember Scroggins Johnson will be reading it at that time. Looking forward to that. Next on the agenda is Morrisville Speaks, public comment. And I expect people in tie-dye will be speaking tonight. That's my impression. For those who have signed up to speak, please approach the microphone and begin by stating your name and residential address and direct your comments to the council. Each speaker is allotted 3 minutes to ensure everyone has a fair opportunity to share their thoughts. A timer will start after you state your name and address, and a buzzer will sound when your time is up. We appreciate your cooperation in helping us manage time fairly for all participants. Town Clerk Bertling, would you like to call the first couple?
Up first is Janice Crawford.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and town staff. We are Western Wake Farmers Market. Our address is 101 Town Hall Drive. I'm Janice Crawford, the president of Western Wake Farmers Market and the Market Board of Directors. Many of you have visited our market, and we appreciate your support. When most people think of a farmers market, they picture fresh produce, baked goods, and coffee. While we're proud of all those things, Western Wake Farmers Market has grown into something far more than a place to buy fresh produce. That's what we'd like to share with you this evening. Every Saturday morning, the Indian Creek Trailhead becomes a place where local farmers and artisans earn a living. Families access fresh food, and young people develop leadership skills, and neighbors build community. None of that happens alone. It happens because of strong partnerships with the town of Morrisville, Wake County, our vendors, volunteers, and community partners. Town staff don't simply support the market, they actively help it succeed. I'd like to recognize the efforts of Town Manager Brandon Zudema, the Public Works Department, the Parks and Rec Department, and in particular, Leslie Haney, who faithfully attends our board meetings, shares ideas, solves problems, and has become an invaluable member of our market community. To all of our town partners, thank you. We'd like you to hear directly from two people whose lives have been impacted by the market.
Hi, folks. My name is Clay Smith, and I'm an old organic vegetable farmer. I've been at the market, Western Wake Market, since 2009 for 17 years. And we sell a wide variety of vegetables from April until December. In recent years, our sales at the Western Wake Market have been about $50,000 a year. And while some of that goes for the cost of production, that money is a really important part of our family income. So on behalf of the other vendors and to myself, I just want to say thank you to the town of Morrisville for all that you do to support this market. Thanks.
Hi, council members. I'm Vincy, and when I first started volunteering at the Western Wake Farmers Market, I thought I'd be helping out for a few hours each Saturday. Since then, I've become a farmers market ambassador, specializing in nutrition. At the market, I found a community. I've learned leadership, teamwork, communication, and responsibility. I've met amazing people and have gained confidence that I'll carry with me long after high school. The market has become one of my favorite places to be, and I'm thankful to everyone who has made it possible.
Thank you, Vincy. Thank you, Clay. These two stories are just a couple of the thousands of people's lives who are impacted by our market. Just one example of our impact. Over the past 19 months, we've donated almost 6,000 pounds of fresh food to our local food pantry. You'll find additional impacts on metrics of our market in this handout that you have. We've created a place where farmers and artisans thrive, families connect, young people grow. That's the impact of our partnership, and we thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Saran Sundaram.
Good evening, members, council members, Mr. Mayor. I'm Saran Sundaram. I'm a resident of Morrisville, and I'm here to talk about my proposal for the establishment of an annual fentanyl awareness initiative. Now, as you know, fentanyl and counterfeit pills is a growing public health concern in North Carolina and all across the United States. And especially it's a problem among young people who don't exactly understand the risks of obtaining illicit substances. Now, Wake County Public Health Department does a pretty good job of providing county-wide education, but I believe that there is a need for a more local, community-level engagement that is more visible, more accessible, and more recurring for our residents. So according to the proposal, we can have an annual community education event where the town simply acts as the host and partners with local EMS, police, hospitals, schools, etc., to conduct it. And the town would merely act as a convener. It would provide a venue, logistics, coordinate with potential partners, and connect residents to this cause. Now, I understand that the problem of fentanyl is not really prevalent in Morrisville, but I believe that being the All-America City, right? We got the All-America City Award in 2026. And I believe that we can be an example that this issue needs not only countywide or statewide engagement, but also at the local town level. So the goal is very simple. It's to increase awareness, improve prevention, and also connect our residents with information and resources in a trusted setting. So I have already provided the town council a policy memo, and I really wish that they would consider it in an appropriate meeting or a roundtable that you probably have coming up. And I would also be happy to provide any cooperation or more details if you wish to move further with this proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we have one online public comment.
Okay, is it appropriate to read that one? Or, okay.
Christina Haig and Hunter. Dear council members, my son and I would like to attend the council meeting but may not be able to make it. We are both very concerned about the situation regarding the lack of a pedestrian-safe crossing at the corners of McCrimmon Parkway and Davis Drive, especially on the north side of McCrimmon Parkway crossing Davis. Students of WESIB who will be attending the new campus at the Morrisville High School location, who are close enough to ride a bike to school, have no way to safely make it to this location. It should be an easy ride on sidewalks from Town Hall all the way to this campus, but it is not because of a lack of pedestrian markings and crosswalk signals. We have a prime opportunity to remedy this now before full classes officially start for all the high school residents of Morrisville when MHS opens fully to everyone next year. We can make this community walkable for all citizens if we are cognizant of where community members need to go and the routes there.
Thank you very much. No other signups or online. Is there anyone here in the audience who would be interested in speaking to this body for up to 3 minutes, even if you haven't signed up? We'd welcome that. Please state your name and your residential address for the record, and the timer will begin.
Steve Rao, 128 Grodia Drive. Mayor and council, thank you for your service to our great town. I just wanted to come for just a minute or two and just thank the council and the town of Morrisville for congratulate you for being an All-America City. I've lived in North Carolina for over 22 years, won 4 elections, served on the council, and I can't tell you the energy that I felt in that room when they announced that our town was an All-America City. Words cannot express how proud I am of not only the council and the staff, and I really want to thank Aaron Hudson and all of the team for what they did, but the reality is that during such a divided time in our nation, this whole idea of civic trust was so important. And we heard from so many great towns and so many great cities. And, you know, I often have said that our founding motto of the nation is out of many is one, e pluribus unum. And I'm really convinced that there's no town in America that represents that more than our town of Morrisville. We come from different backgrounds. We come from different places. Almost every nation in the world is represented here. We're playing cricket at Church Street Park. We're seeing signs translated in Hindi, and we're doing that in other languages. And what's amazing is that, you know, it's what we need in America to show that diversity is our strength. That's the secret sauce of our country. And we have to get back to reminding our citizens that even though we live in Morrisville with our brand Living Connected, Living Well, and Happy Parks and Rec Month, they do a great job. It's also the connection that we have with the residents, with citizens of our nation, that we connect with each other, we can live well. I want to just close out with, and I've done this before, but today I just had to get the words off my chest because of the pride I feel as a resident of Morrisville. Hamilton's, shot that immigrants get the job done, and I'm not throwing away my shot. And those words really resonate in Morrisville because this town always takes the shot. And where we come from the 1800s to now is truly an unbelievable American story. And it's proof that no matter where we come from, if we innovate, if we come together, if we have a sense of pride in our community, we can do anything. We are E Pluribus Unum in action. So I want to thank you all for giving me a chance to be a part of it. It was one of the greatest highlights of my life to be a part with some of my former colleagues, but to be there and to see these great towns and these great cities and to see our remarkable staff, because nothing gets done in Morrisville with our remarkable staff. And the dedication I see every day when I'm running in Church Street Park and I see our public works people mowing the lawns and keeping the greens perfectly and taking such pride in their work, it means so much to me as a resident of Morrisville. I'm almost done with my time, but I just came to thank you. I had to just get those words off my chest from down here. Thank you. Long live Morrisville, and I look forward to the recognition ceremony. Thank you for all that you do and for your service.
Thank you. Was there anyone else here in the room that would like to address this body? Okay. As a reminder, we encourage the submission of written comments, as you heard one of them read out, as they offer a valuable way for community members to share their feedback. To submit written comments, please email publicinput@morrisvillenc.gov. We are now at item 10, admin reports. Admin reports are for information only unless a council member has a specific question. I'd like to recognize Mayor Protem Rabadi, please. And then put your blue thing up if there's anyone else who'd like to pull any of them.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to I'd like to ask a question about the council expenditures report.
Would you like to take it from right there? Okay, that's Town Clerk Bertling will be addressing any questions about this.
I'm sorry.
Town Clerk Bertling will address any questions about this item.
Okay, great. Is this report available on the website?
It's currently available on the agendas page, but we can look into how we keep those public moving forward.
I think it's really important that these reports be public in the interest of transparency. So I certainly can't tell you what to do, but if the rest of the council agrees with me, I think that it would be a good idea to post this in somewhere that people could know to go and look for it.
I think that's something we can definitely do.
Yeah, sounds reasonable.
Thank you.
Any questions about that report or any others? Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that. It's a lot of work to gather all that. We are now at presentations. We have 3 presentations this evening. We now invite Erin Hudson, Communications and Outreach Director, to the podium.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Thank you for sharing your time this evening. I have a good bit of exciting information to get through, so I will ask that you hold any questions to the end, as those may be answered throughout the presentation. So, you've heard us talk about this a little bit for a while now. What exactly is the All-America City Award? To learn about the All-America City Award, we really have to start first with the National Civic League. For the last 125 years, the focus of the National Civic League has been to build healthy democracy and inclusive civic engagement through a variety of programs that they offer. You'll see those listed there in the green boxes on the screen. For a quick history lesson, following a gathering of civic leaders in 1894, a group of 100 leaders, including some familiar names like Theodore Roosevelt, Louis Brandeis, and Frederick Law Olmsted, met and shared a desire to address, quote unquote, incompetence, inefficiency, patronage, and corruption in local governments. They felt that local civic leaders needed inspiration and new models for governing and managing the nation's cities, and that's what the National Civic League would offer. It's led major reforms in how local communities were governed, including professionalism of city services, creation of the city manager system, nonpartisan makeup of local elected bodies, electoral reform, and inclusive civic engagement. A couple notable milestones that the League has participated in or started. In 1898, the first municipal plan to give more power and autonomy to local officials, a city council with nonpartisan elections, and a hands-on mayor were developed. In 1910, employing a professional manager for city departments was developed by Richard Childs and was implemented in Sumter, South Carolina. In 1930, 1 in every 5 cities with populations over 10,000 adopted the Model City Charter Plan. And in 1949, the All-America City Contest was born. So the All-America City Award offers a unique competitive theme every year and is open to all municipalities nationwide to apply. Once those applications are received, a jury reviews those and provides feedback to the municipality. Of all applications, only 20 are selected and invited to compete in the final competition, and their 10 winning communities are named. Unfortunately, the total number of municipalities who apply are not shared publicly, so we don't know how many we would be competing against, but when you're there, you know the competition is stiff. The award highlights the remarkable potential that is within communities to address the critical issues that will really drive meaningful change when residents, businesses, nonprofit, and government leaders have the opportunity to work together. So following are a few highlights of our application, and will really provide a true sense of the background and effort that are part of this entire process that we've engaged in. Before you, you see a timeline of our involvement for the All-America City Award Program, and I hope it really demonstrates to you that it's not something that's decided on or entered into without deliberative thought. This was a multi-month work commitment for staff over roughly 7 months. Getting into a little bit of our application background. The application is comprised of 4 sections. The first section you see here is community information, statistics, and mapping. Applicants are requested to use census data unless other verified information or another verified source is known and available. And this section provides a demographic snapshot and is really the first image of the community that those reviewing jurors of all applications see. So this is the first chance that they get to really know each of those applying communities. The next 2 sections of the application focus on the prior 10 years of what's happened within that community. On the left side is the community story. So these would be challenges that shaped the community's identity. Things like our first language access plan in 2024, any barriers that you may have overcome, progress that's benefited residents, like the advancement of the Town Center Development Project, key moments that informed community action, and alignment with vision and community members, like our website redesign in 2025. On the right-hand side, another portion, the community civic capital. What's really shared between residents, leadership, and community organizations? Shared vision values, like our Connect Morrisville strategic plan and sustainability efforts. A culture of engagement and engaged residents, like our annual budget outreach. Inclusive community leadership, like our multicultural community engagement. Embracing diversity, equity, collaboration, and authentic communication. If you recall the foundation of the National Civic League, many of the terms are repeated throughout the All-America City Award process. The final application section is here and is focused on the past 5 years and local impact. These are defined processes or systems that really have transformed the community. You have to name 3, and they have to have a compelling community-wide vision, something that perhaps made a significant local impact, or affected broad populations or broad areas of your community. So what we identified were advancements in technology and digital platforms, civic leadership and development programs, specifically Morrisville 101 and Teen Morrisville 101, and collaborative efforts engaging residents in public safety, health, and well-being. I won't read through all of these points, but the last 2 slides and this slide took up nearly 11 pages of our application. So a couple of things to point out in our advancements in technology and digital platforms, an AI-enhanced chatbot and short-form video response that is now, even since that time, integrated fully in the search of our website, so people have even more robust opportunities to gain and receive information. Within civic leadership development programs, one of the things we really were able to illustrate in our presentation was the ability for individuals to complete these programs, go on to serve in advisory committees, work in public service, perhaps become staff, and even run for elected office. Within our collaborative process efforts for engaging in public safety, health, and well-being, that doesn't end with just police and fire. There are multiple efforts going across many, many departments in our organization, noting specifically that our Parks and Rec program moved senior programming from the Cedar Fort Community Center to its first standalone space about 5 years ago, and they're now pursuing an expansion. Just the wide variety of programs that have stemmed even just from these 3 particular topic areas really was meaningful for us to be able to work through. So following our application submittal in February, we were notified at the end of March that we were one of 20 finalist communities and that we would need to begin preparing for the final competition. So after that notice, we had about 2.5 months to prepare, and that preparation really meant turning our application into a creative presentation that would convey Morrisville's story, that would adhere to judging criteria, all in 10 minutes or less. We developed what we refer to as Welcome to Morrisville, where input becomes impact, as our theme, and the flight took off, so to speak. So here you see a little bit of what we went through over about 2.5 months. Staff, senior leadership, elected officials, and community members collaborated and worked together on our presentation theme. The background setting is an airport terminal featuring travelers with different backgrounds, different perspectives, different experiences. All of our delegation members represented themselves, with some volunteering in various airport roles so that they could gain new insight, learn from our travelers, share about Morrisville, all via two-way engagement. Both the signage and interactions in the terminal were designed to reflect our application detail and feature theme cohesion. We have a couple of our props here on either side of the stage this evening. So you can see that we tapped into our staff and community member prior theater experience for script building and staging. We had multiple rehearsals here in Morrisville. We crammed as many people on the very back end of that Southwest flight as they would let us, and took every advantage of a free moment for script read-through and rehearsal time that we could find once we were in Denver. So after several weeks and 5 evenings of rehearsal in Morrisville, our delegation was ready for competition and headed to Denver. Just know that the All-America City competition is not your average conference. I've listed many of the benefits of participation in competition weekend here, but I do want to call out a few that I felt were particularly meaningful. All participating communities receive advanced formal rehearsal opportunity with constructive feedback from the All-America City staff. We get to engage with other participating communities and learn what's really unique about them during the Civic Action Fair. We also get to showcase projects from our application in a small group setting during the Festival of Ideas and exchange information with other peer communities in a way that you just don't get that opportunity in other locations. So there's going to be a photo of that on the next slide. All of these opportunities combined really allow participants to build true connections, learn from others, and bring back ideas to their home communities. So once we landed in Denver, we felt right at home. You see the multilingual welcome sign, also very similar to the one we had here in one of our props. On the top right, prior to our formal rehearsal, we caught up with Rebecca Trout, All-America City Program Coordinator for the National Civic League, and did a quick selfie. And the 2 photos there across the bottom, that is the Festival of Ideas. So sharing what we're doing with other communities. Innovation Manager, Billy Whitehead, was there with myself. And the Smart City and website were very hot topics. We had a crowd around us from the second we sat down. But again, we also get to learn from others. There on the bottom right, you see Town Manager Zudema speaking with and engaging with members from Stowe, Ohio, who are also engaged in a very similar project to the Morrisville Town Center. There at the top, on the top left, that is a photo of our final presentation in action. At the end of the presentation, as I mentioned, you have to do it all in 10 minutes. Following that 10 minutes, you get 10 minutes of questions from the jury. So on the top right, you see Town Manager Zudema responding to one of our jury questions. On the bottom left, it was the sigh of relief, the whoop, just nailed our presentation. And then on the bottom right, you see a picture of us walking into the Colorado Ballroom where we spent a lot of time that weekend. And we were about to learn whether it was us or one of our hundreds of other new friends being named one of the top 10 All-America cities. And guess what? We won. So what comes next? Not only is it fantastic to win and be named one of the top 10 All-America cities, there's also great community benefit with this award. Prior winners have indicated ease in attracting and retaining businesses that generate jobs and a stronger tax base. They've also been able to attract and retain residents who are seeking healthier communities. Prior winners have also indicated an increase in tourism and grants, so there's economic development benefit. This award enhances community pride and enhances teamwork. Some prior winners have indicated learning more about the work taking place in their communities through this process. As previously stated, prior participants have learned new ideas and they've been able to bring those home. So you've really got enhanced civic pride. This award is also well known and well respected. This year is the 77th program year for the All-America City Award. It puts every recognized community on a national stage and makes them part of a very elite network of winners. And once you win, you maintain that title in perpetuity. And so in case anyone does not know or doesn't remember, we are now a two-time winner. So we were named an All-America City in 2021 and now again in 2026. This also does come with not only a commitment of our time and effort, but it also comes with a cost commitment. Morrisville is fortunate to have the ability to compete and participate in this process. In transparency, we wanted to be able to provide the breakdown of costs that we incurred for program participation in both FY26 and proposed cost for branding and rollout in FY27. In both, we took advantage of opportunities that were provided by All-America City for any complimentary or no-cost offerings. So for FY26, costs that were incurred cover all 21 of our delegates. That's 4 elected officials, 9 staff, and 8 community members. I do think it's important to note that 5 of our 8 community members are advisory committee members. Those are folks who are already committed to and and involved with the town. The remaining 3 were a faith-based representative, a prior council member, and a prior staff member who was also our language access plan coordinator. These are also residents and their neighbors. They're very familiar with what is going on in Morrisville and very able and capable of helping share that story forward. All delegates were selected and invited to participate in support of the programs and initiatives that were identified and aligned in our application details. Some of the complimentary or no-cost offerings that we took advantage of, Southwest Airlines is a primary sponsor of All-America City, and they provided 4 round-trip vouchers for airfare, which we took advantage of, were able to take advantage of. The All-America City program also offered 1 complimentary registration for each of the 20 finalist communities for an individual to participate in the CyberSim program course, which Billy Whitehead was able to do and already has brought back some great ideas and information to the Information Technology Department. For our future and upcoming cost, as I mentioned, this really relates to recognition, branding, and future rollout to share with everyone what this award means and how it will impact our community. We want to be able to celebrate this with the town. So it does require updating of some signage and other elements around the town. We will be awarding our delegates a small token of appreciation. All staff, council, delegates, attorneys will be invited to self-select a size and order a t-shirt. We're not going to do a mass quantity order, so we're going to eliminate, any of that leftover quantity that there would be. We're doing a similar order with a lapel pin. And for our community celebration, we really wanted to be sort of thoughtful and intentional instead of trying to plan something separate and arbitrary and coordinate dates. We are collaborating with S'moresville. S'moresville, anyone who knows me knows that's my favorite event that we do. And we are going to be offering a special branded item and engagement opportunities while they're at S'moresville. We also have confirmation from Rebecca Trout with the National Civic League that she will be on site and visiting with us for S'moresville, where she will represent our plaque and share a little bit about our application, about what made us unique and why we were selected as one of the top 10 All-America cities. So really great opportunity for us to share with the town, share with the community, and celebrate together. So I've covered this pretty thoroughly, but just a reminder of our timeline from this evening and moving forward. So presenting to you all tonight, we're going to recognize our delegates next, community recognition and celebration on August 10th. And then from that point forward, really updating our branding and celebrating across the community. So I think everyone knows and has probably discussed this ad nauseum, but this effort would not have been possible without the contributions of our Morrisville delegation members and without the support of our town council members. So we do have something for everyone. As your name is called, please walk up the center aisle. You'll be presented with a certificate and just a small token. Then stand on the platform here in front of the dais. Once all names are called, we're going to have staff capture a quick photo, and then we'll complete the remainder of the presentation. All right, first I have Joshi Abirajan. Can I get an assistant? Yes, that'd be great. Thank you. Thank you. Mayor TJ Coley. Yep, and then just stand on the stage. Thank you. Brian Cook. Chief Tom Dooley. Councilmember Satish Garamella. Communications Manager Laura Goff. I might be next on the list, but clearly I can't announce from there. Councilmember Liz Johnson. Councilmember Harrison Kessling. Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Director Cindy King. Assistant Town Manager John Letney. Chris Wynn. Councilmember Ashit Patel. Viren Patel. Steve Rao. Councilmember Ann Rabati. Police Chief Justin Rosser. Councilmember Scroggins Johnson. The handsomest of all of us, Jim Simmons. Innovation Manager Billy Whitehead. Town Manager Brandon Zudema. All right, and then I'll finish this out. And yes, probably gonna have to horn 2 lines. This is your official delegation plus town council. All right.
We're gonna have to do a second row.
Yeah, let's horn 2 lines, and Katie's gonna grab photos. Oh, yeah. Laura, will you grab the other banner? Sorry.
I am. You can stand up and stand right next to Katie for a better picture. You don't have to stay back there. Come on up.
You tell us when, Katie.
All right. 3, 2, 1. All right, you guys are good.
Thank
you very much.
All right, and at this time, I would love to hear any comments from council or any, answer any questions you all may have.
I just want to say it was great to have everyone back. I didn't know if we'd all be all together
We
again.
have 3 that weren't able to be with us, but
Okay, you didn't
that
call
was
them out, so that's what
large
confused me.
majority of
Yes,
us, yeah.
that was a great group, and we had a lot of fun in Denver. And it was really worth it in a lot of different ways. I'd like to recognize Councilmember Scotty Johnson.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you, Aaron Hudson. You were a tremendous force to be reckoned with. We were all afraid of you, and we listened to everything you said, and I think that we all came together for the right reasons. We all committed to doing our best work. Everyone showed up. Everyone did, what we could, and we not only worked together, but we also showed the other cities how connected we were as a group, and we connected with other cities. So there was an event on Friday of the competition where each city showcased, something about their town. So it was a whole room full of people and stories and visual imagery of these accomplishments. And we just synced with everybody, and it was just a tremendous experience. So I'm glad that we engaged and participated and bragged about the great things of Morrisville, but we also have to remember that we take back lessons from the other cities, and also think about the next chapter of Morrisville. This is a milestone, but there's more, and we need to keep listening to each other in order to make Morrisville even greater. So thank you again, and thank you everyone for participating that supported us, and those that weren't able to attend, thank you for supporting the town.
Councilmember Garamella, please, followed by Councilmember Johnson.
One thing I'm very happy today that Erin did not call us 3 hours before, last she did before. But I think a lot of work went into it, and we were just actors there. But one thing I'll say, I've been to a lot of conference, and this was packed. There was no breather from morning to evening. Even if we had an hour or two, Erin made sure that we were taking turns, and we were completely there. But the beauty about, I was kind of a little reluctant, should I go or not go, but I'm glad I did, because the kind of issues that you hear from other towns, the person today was talking about fentanyl, those crises, then gun violence, one of the towns, they were giving a presentation, they just had, someone like a victim to gun violence, homelessness, and which town was it in around Boston area? It was only 2 square miles and 60,000 people, Chelsea, 60,000 people stay there. And we talk about traffic and this one, I'm just trying to put my mind together, like how 60,000 people stay, which is like double of Morrisville and 1/8 the size of it. But the harmony and people who came from south of Texas, and with the cultures and everything, it was something pretty remarkable. And my favorite town was Jenks. I went to school in Tulsa, and Jenks is just next to it, and it was so good connecting with them. And they were so impressed with our town's, smart city initiatives and the kind of things that we do. And they reached out saying that they'll either fly here or, take some of us there to basically learn from us, because Jenks is also like a similar town. It's 29,000 people, and the per capita income is almost closer to what we are. But their people are very reluctant to change of technology, so they wanted ideas to how to do that. So all in all, it was just not, an all like America City presentation or the winning there. It's learning from experiences, and at the end of the day, I feel our town is really, really blessed. We don't have many of those issues, but other towns are fighting it, and I think I can happily report that our town is doing much, much better than other towns, and we are blessed to be in it. Thank you.
Councilmember Johnson, please.
So I'm going to echo what Councilmember Garamella said and Councilmember Scroggins Johnson said. And I also want to thank you, Aaron, for all your hard work and your department's hard work. Yes, there were a group of us that went and had to dedicate a really long weekend to this effort, but you worked on this for months and months ahead of time with the application, with coming up with the idea of the presentation. And so I too want to thank you. And you know how to herd cats, because we were all over the place, but you managed to get us together. And so thank you for your leadership. That is, I think, very key to our success over the weekend in Denver. And I just want to echo what you said, because I really think this was key to us winning this competition too. You shared a photo of yourself and Billy at the Festival of Ideas, where you talked about our website and how we're using AI and the chatbot and all that. I really think that was key to our success. And I will tell you, I was in that room for the Festival of Ideas, and everyone took a beeline to you and Billy to hear what you had to say and the sharing of ideas. So thank you. And Billy did a great job in the presentation, because he answered some important questions too that I think really mattered to the judges. So thank you very much for all of this. And I also want to thank our community members that came and our staff that took a lot of time away from their families, their jobs, all the other things they have in their lives to spend the very long weekend and very action-packed. There was a lot going on during those days. And so I thank each and every one of you for taking the time to come with us, and congratulations.
Yeah, big thanks to Aaron and to Brandon for kind of leading the charge. It was really a great experience, I think, for everyone. So thank you very much to the community for joining us and for supporting us. And hopefully we'll be applying again sometime in the next couple of years, and hopefully we'll win again, but it's worth the trip in any case. So excellent. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Anything you want to say?
I would echo what you all have said. I am still tired, I think, from Denver. But without the team that I work with, without the support of staff, without the support of senior leadership, our community members, their dedication, the support of council, for your leadership, for, your encouragement of staff pursuing this effort, knowing it was very different than what we did in 2021. And a lot of staff here weren't on staff in 2021, so we were all sort of learning a little bit as we went. But just a phenomenal learning opportunity, phenomenal growth and development opportunity, I think, for everyone. And it just came together beautifully on our presentation day. And, walking out of the room, I was almost in tears because I was like, couldn't have gone any better than it did. And just so thankful to everybody that gave up their time and their energy and their efforts. Just really, really proud of the work we did and thankful to be a part of it.
Excellent. And you got to tell us what to do, which is kind of fun.
I mean, a win-win.
Yeah, it's a win-win. Good stuff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Takes me back to that evening when we won. It's very nice. Very nice. We would now like to invite Jeannie Hooks, Director of Management Services, to the podium. And everyone's welcome to stay for longer, or you can take the rest of the night to yourselves.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm really pleased tonight to have our consultant with Merge back with us because it's very exciting. He's here to present to you some design concepts for a town center district branding, wayfinding, and signage. We've narrowed this down. It's been a lot of work, a lot of creative work, and a lot of input from the folks that we've worked with across the board with our stakeholder group. And now tonight, we're here to get some input from you. And John will also, I'll let him introduce himself in just a second, but to set the stage, he's going to go through those designs with you, share really the stakeholder input that we've received and why maybe some were higher ranked than others. And he's going to review, he'll pause for a moment to make sure that he gets your input. He's also going to go into a wayfinding analysis and review, and there he's going to touch on some really early estimates and more so what the master plan is going to help us in terms of being able to see how we can plan for future implementation, have that scalability for wayfinding, branding, and signage. And then I'm going to jump back in and talk a few minutes with you about street naming and pause and get a little bit of input from you and guidance. And then I'm going to ask John to do a wrap up of next steps for this project. So John, take it away.
Good evening, I'm John Bozio from Merge. We've been working on the branding and wayfinding program for the town center, and we just wanted to sort of give you a little bit of a background on where we've been, the reviews that we've had with the various groups, and as we've gone through this process, it's included a discovery process where we interviewed a whole bunch of people and gathered information, and then went through this design process with a series of different design options. So we started really with 6 options that we presented. Tonight, we're going to present 4 of those to you. Those 4 have gone through iterations based on comments that we received from the different groups, stakeholder steering committee, town manager, Sing partnership, as well as the advisory committee that we presented to. So what we're looking to tonight is to get your feedback as well, hopefully land on a basis for design. If there's colors or other adjustments we need to make, we will continue to go down that path, but hopefully get it down to 4. Be great if we got it down to 1. If we get it down to 2, I'll be happy with that too. So as we've gone through the process, and one thing to understand when we talk about the area that we're sort of charged with, it is the town center district, which is the blue area. The plaza and the town center project is on the right, and that is a destination within the district, but what we're talking about is the greater district as we go through this. We went through branding exercises, and you can see from the previous presentations, the idea of community and welcoming and engaging, that's all part of what Morrisville is. And we try diversity and inclusiveness and innovation. We've tried to capture that as we've gone through this process. And this is some of the elements that we gathered as we've went through that brand study, that inclusive, innovative aspect, the community, comfortable, welcoming, and active, but also the town center architecture. So it's a very interesting branding project to go through because we are designing it for a place, but we can't walk through the place, we can't experience the place yet. So there's a little bit of development we have to do as we go through this, but that town center architecture, you'll see how we've brought that into the design. It's because obviously that's going to be a big part of that experience. This is the brand statement that we came up with, that Morrisville Town Center is a welcoming, vibrant district that reflects the town's rich cultural diversity, active lifestyle, and strong sense of connection. Designed as a place for everyone, it invites residents and visitors to gather, enjoy local events, and experience an inclusive, community-focused atmosphere where a shared sense of belonging continues to grow. So as we go through these are some of the considerations, right? The goal is just that basis for design. Think about those brand traits. The logo, there's certain ones that are word mark, there's letter marks, there's symbols. The colors, the graphic language, and we also looked at that social district and how we approach that. So in some cases, it's very similar to the district logo. In other cases, it's different. And we talked to police about, how do you enforce the social district, and some of those considerations were given to the design for that as well. We talked a lot about the name. Right, so we went back and forth about the name. There were pros and cons for all different types of names that were sort of considered. The equity that you do have with the town center over the past 20, 25 years of development, that is certainly strong, but it is not necessarily unique to Morrisville. Unity Center, Morrisville Central, Morrisville Commons, all things that we considered, but they all have their own sort of con to it, whether it sounds like an apartment building or an office complex, or if it just didn't sort of reflect the actual nature of what this is. Morrisville Station, for example, sounds like a train station. So we ended up landing on Town Center District. And then when we went through this, there was a lot of discussion of making sure we included Morrisville as part of that. So because that Town Center District isn't necessarily a unique name, but make sure that Morrisville was included within the branding components of it. So there were 6 options. They're numbered a little bit. There's number 2 and...
There's 1, 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah, 2 and 6 are not in there because we didn't want to start confusing it as we went through it. So they had just been eliminated. Option 1 really concentrates on the site and the brand architecture. When you look at the sculptural elements and the buildings and the overall layout of the site, there's things that we brought into it, but we also considered the existing Morrisville M. So one thing, we're not changing the Morrisville M. I just want to make that really clear because we got that question a couple of times. We are not changing that. That is the town's website. This is for the district, but we thought with this option was if you took the M, you took some of those the activity of those sculptural elements, and the idea that this place in this district is a festive and celebratory place. Can we combine those 3 things together to make an identity? So this is that first option where we take the M, we internally called it the Party M, to give it some really active take on the Morrisville. And we kept the colors of the green and blue, and then started to bring in the secondary colors that you see in there. The social district is reusing that M, but just using a different color for that. But you can see when you look at identities, it's not just the identity all by itself, it's how does that expand out to a graphic language so you can see it on the bags and the sign. You can see it on buttons. We started to look at the social district, making that sign orange so that, and from an enforcement standpoint, it sticks out. And same thing with, you're going to have cups that have stickers. So this is a way to sort of show it across a variety of materials. We also started to apply it to wayfinding. The interesting thing about this one, and there is a spectrum of design through the different options, is that when you start to take that consistency with the town logo and bring it onto the wayfinding, then you don't have as much distinction between the district and the town signs that are out there. But it does give you a consistency across sort of a recognition standpoint. So it goes to a question as you look at this, is how much do you want that district to pop from, formal government elements. So this was option 2. Was deleted. So we're on option 3. So this one really concentrates on festival celebration and sort of this joyous attitude. So it has a lot more color to it. And it has this, sort of spark of fireworks and celebratory pattern. That shape also is an inverted M, so it's sort of hidden in there. And in this case, both the town center and the social district are identical in color. It has an abbreviated sort of logo mark to it, but we do say Morrisville Town Center District in certain cases where we have a lockup for it. But you can see that pattern and that graphic language, how it is much more sort of celebratory compared to the previous one. And again, spreading it across a variety of elements, showing the banners. The group really liked the black banners with the color on it, and they like the pattern that you see there. But again, you see that pattern, you see that inverted M is sort of hidden in there. And then here's the signage. So this one takes a little bit of a step away from the previous one. All the signs are designed to be modular. We thought that was important. We know things are going to change over time, but this is the wayfinding. We'll talk about things like the streets. So we're going to talk about street naming. Think about that also, besides just the identity, but when you're branding, how that fits into what you're trying to create within that district. Option 4 has the same theme, and it's just sort of a step away from that. So it's the same idea. This one truly uses your town of Morrisville secondary colors. So that was something that we heard from the groups, that if we don't use the blue and green, then to use the secondary color. So this is what we brought in to this one. This one's a little wordy. A lot of information, and that's why, like that town center one previous is an abbreviation. You're getting a quicker sort of view of it compared to this one. Again, across a variety of elements, and then the signage. So this is again, it's a little bit complementary towards your sort of corporate or town logo because you're using the secondary colors. And then the last one. Is diversity, culture, and community, but it also looks to the buildings of the architecture. So when you look at the new town center and the project, and you look at the site plan and the buildings, those buildings are curved. The architecture, you have the plaza and the playground. So there's a lot of organic feels to that. And we thought, well, can we take advantage of that in the typography? So you see a couple of letters there. And then we translated that into the logo option. So this one has a lot of feel to it in the sense of having different typography, sort of a specific typography to Morrisville and to the district itself. It's a lot more playful than some of the others. And then we looked at this in different colors. This one sort of went back and forth with colors, and we landed here. And again, across a variety of elements. And then the signage. So then the signage starts to pick up that rounded feel. Again, that architecture in that space is going to have a lot of that curved element to it. So then we just wanted to look at that in surrounding communities because we want Morrisville to stand out. So the next series of slides just show each option surrounded by the communities and what they do for their downtowns and how it sort of fit in there. So those are the 4 options. And we'll stop here and then maybe get some comments from the group.
John, before we open the floor for comments from council, do you want to share maybe some stakeholder feedback from each one? Because they sort of naturally are in the order in which our stakeholders may have preferred them. I think that would be helpful. It's also included, some comments are included in a summary in the FAQs of the stakeholder feedback.
Yeah, it's not purposeful that we put it in a certain order and it ended up being, it just happened that way. So the first one was generally the preferred one amongst the groups. There was a strong, I think number 2 was a strong sort of second in it. I think what we went back and forth a lot is on the color and how much it should match the Morrisville, either the green and blue or the secondary colors, which you see in the option 3. But that, I always say if we're down to color, we're good. But yeah, that was the main thing with that. There was some comment on number 2 where we had, do we go back to 2? Where we had the abbreviation. But that's why we added that tag underneath it so that it was totally spelled out. But you could use town center, that TWNCTR, as an element and then lock it up with that. I said number 3, people felt was a little bit wordy. And number 4 was really sort of the biggest jump of all of them.
That was one with the most unique colors, had clear division from our existing brand. And I think on the first one, the most of the comments, and I have some of my steering team here, is that it was most complementary to our existing brand structure. And interesting that on the town sign, that it's still even using the curve that we have, but it's on a different side. So there's still some separation there. And we tried this one, very interesting, had a lot of love for the different color selection, color palette, and the use of a darker color created that pop in the community, especially when you get to the actual signs themselves. And then the third one, we wanted to leave that one in there because it was celebrating, showing the burst of the fireworks, use of the M, and our use of our secondary colors. Trying to give you options when it comes to color palette. And then, of course, the last one, as we said, just brought in a really different feel and use of architecture. So I'll pause there and just ask council for if there's a preference, which one maybe might be a preference. If there's not a preference, maybe colors or any input would be helpful at this point to move the process forward. So Mayor, I'll ask you to sort of guide us.
Yeah, I'll coordinate that. Councilmember Scroggins Johnson, followed by Mayor Pro Tem Rabadi, please.
Thank you for this extensive analysis on the branding of the town center. I think having a, unique identity is very important. Our town center is not the traditional downtown. It's a derived center intended to be a thriving area that we bring the community together. I'm looking at slide number 35 out of 60, where we are comparing the option 1 with the other surrounding communities and other like Park West Village, and looking at those, head on and saying, well, what does that say to me? And immediately when I looked at it, the names of that location pop first. What doesn't pop is Morrisville. All of these designs pop town center, but the comparator communities and entities, Clayton, Durham, Wake Forest, I see that first. And then I see downtown. So we are the only proposed brand that pops town center and then makes our own identity very small. So I think we need to invert that. I think we need to Morrisville, because
Hierarchy.
we are expending a tremendous amount of sweat equity, financial equity. We want them to know they're in Morrisville. For that reason, I do think option one is as close to creating that brand connection from all the other ones. My next favorite would be the town center district. But again, that has absolutely no real tie to Morrisville. I see town center district and I lose where I am. And it is a municipal center, so let's be proud and let's scream it from the rooftops. Park West Village is not a town, so they can say Park West Village, but Morrisville is a place and it is a sense of being. And I really think that we need to flip the narrative so that we are.
It's a hierarchy.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah, exactly. So that's my input. Now let the other council members weigh in. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mayor Protem Rabadi, followed by Councilmember Garamella, please.
Could you go back to the slide where you show them all together? I can't remember which one is which. Okay, so I was solidly for option 3, or I'm sorry, option 4, because I really like the fireworks burst, but when I saw it among all the other logos, I felt like option 3, the colors really pop more, and I like the signage also. I don't necessarily think that Morrisville has to be the biggest word there. But I think that tonight, if we can just agree on, which color scheme we like and which style we like, we can always flip things around.
Yeah, that's sort of the intent, is to get the comments and then
Yeah.
we'll go back and figure that out. And there may be an alternate 1 and 2 and for a final decision.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind this one, but it just seems like when I see all the others, this one kind of just seems like, like sort of ho-hum. I guess that because it's the M and the blue and green, maybe that's more Morrisville branding. Maybe we should consider that one, but I really like option 4 a lot. And I think I'm getting a little bit dizzy, but sorry. Okay. All right, this is an option 4, but option 4 is my favorite.
4.
Yeah, I'm indifferent on should Morrisville be bigger or town center be bigger? I think it's the Morrisville Town Center. I don't necessarily think we need to brand Morrisville there, but I'm fine if that's a decision of the council.
And option 4, the colors.
Yeah.
General area.
And I really did want to say that I really appreciate this, that all 4 of these options are so different. And I just, the creativity that goes into this, I think is amazing. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to roll it back.
Councilmember Garamella, followed by Councilmember Johnson.
For me, my fundamental question is, did we pencil down what we will be calling the downtown as? Because I thought we were at a stage where we will have a name defined to it, like, Fenton or something else. I don't think we ever came to those discussions yet, because that will define what the name goes on here. Because, for me, I think it has to be, if you look at all this, it has downtown Cary, downtown Clayton, downtown Cary Park, Wake Forest downtown. I think the thing that sticks out to me is something like a District M, or, the M or something like which is unique, like Fenton, immediately it catches your attention. Okay, we know exactly where it is. When you say downtown, Downtown Rally Alliance, it can be hundreds and hundreds of things that come into it. But I think we have not come to a consensus on what name to put. And I think once we have that name, I think design will follow the suit, is what I feel.
If I may, take you back to January when we had our first update. We actually discussed that with council and the input from our stakeholder group, and I will move it back to a particular slide we popped in here. Is we talked about these naming considerations for town center, and what evolved from the stakeholder input was the realization at that time that over 10 years plus, town center has actually created its own brand. Its naming recognition was really strong in the feedback that we got, that it made town center district or Morrisville town center really that primary name for the place.
When you say the stakeholder, is it including us?
Stakeholders was advisory committees, we have a steering team internally, it was staff across the organization, and council at the time that we showed you this back in January.
Yeah, it was really, before we even started design, we said, well, you have to tell us what the name is going to be. We can't, we can't just sort of make it up. So we went through this exercise with the group to sort of make that decision.
But again, if you're showing that slide of how many downtowns are there, the only unique identifier is the name of the town that they're talking about, like downtown here, or, so do we want to be that way? Or do we want, use the M, for example, because it's Morrisville. So something which is catchy and which really gets it, I think would be, the smaller the better. You go longer, it's like downtown and Cary, and this one, it basically, people lose interest, is my opinion. And I like the color scheme is.
Which option?
Go to that. This one.
So option.
It's this one can also be tweaked with more little green, with symbolizing some Morrisville colors into it. But I really like it is refreshing and it really catches.
So the difference, the iconic symbolism of the abbreviated town center combined with Morrisville town center.
Honestly, when I see the M, I feel like a DUI for M, but I think this one is more refreshing and something, because for the downtown to be successful, we need young people coming here. So we got to think with those color mindset too.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Johnson, followed by Councilmember Patel, please.
So Gina, could you put up, I think it's slide 36, where you have all of the 4 options? And I apologize, I'm getting confused as to, we're saying the second option, there is no second, so yeah, this is helpful for me. The one I don't like is option 5. So I would tell you that is my least favorite of all of them. And not so much the colors, but I just don't like that option there. I do like option 1. I like the play on the M and making it more joyful and kind of, it gives it some kind of movement. I do like the traditional colors. I think to throw in a pop or 2 here or there is helpful too, but I'm gravitating toward option 1. And then after option 1, I like option 3. I like that. I like the burst of colors there. I like that that it's like fireworks. I do like that too. So I don't like the town center abbreviated there. And on option 3, I would And I do think, let me back up a minute. I do think you are correct. We have called this area town center for, I would tell you, more than a decade. So to call it a town center, I think we've landed there just by organically. I don't know about the word district. That doesn't, I'm here or there on that, but just to put town center, I'd be fine with that. And then I do agree with the Morrisville needs to pop a little bit. And I wouldn't put the NC, quite frankly. I would make sure, because now I'm looking at space and trying to figure out how to make it as big as possible. I think just to have Morrisville there is enough. We all know we're in North Carolina. This is going to be signage right here, you know, and I realize this is going to be on materials that will be around the nation or wherever potentially, but I would leave off the NC and just make the word Morrisville, highlight it, make it a little bigger. And that's probably as all the much feedback as I can give you right now.
That's
So,
great.
I'm not sure about that. You've heard a lot of different things so far, but thank you for that. And thank you for putting all the work into it. So much easier. I've said this many times over the years. It is so much easier to react to something than to create it. So thank you for creating the
Thank you.
options that we can react to. I appreciate that.
Councilmember Patel, followed by myself, and then Councilmember Kessling.
First of all, thank you for the excellent work you guys have done. Whichever design we select, it's going to stay with us for over decades, if not forever. So, few things I believe we should consider are which of these four designs is timeless, right? Versus trendy colors. I particularly like option 1 because it goes with our Morrisville logo, and it's simple. Other things that I think we should consider are: do we have any information on which option works best for people with color vision deficiencies?
That you would look at it from, if it has a bigger contrast, there's all kinds of levels and spectrums of color blindness. So, one group might see something, but one group might not see something else. So it's very hard to, just pick it based on, to make sure it works for that. It's really when you go to signage to make sure that it's contrast enough.
Yeah. And something else I would consider would be which would be the easiest to maintain over decades. More colors you have, more harder it's going to be to maintain it. And then
The more, let me make sure I understood what you said, the more colors.
more colors you have, it's going to be difficult to maintain. Some colors deteriorate faster than the others. And then also which logo remains more recognizable when you scale it down for digital use. So I don't know whether you have information more on that, but those are things I would consider. But I particularly like option 1 for this reason.
Option 1 for you. And the colors work for you as well, is what I'm also hearing.
Yes, those go with our Morrisville logo, so I would go with those colors.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, I'll share my thoughts, and then Councilmember Kessling. I'm a bit of a traditionalist when it comes to this branding stuff, I think, because I like option 1 a lot. I think it's similar, but it has motion, it has activity, and makes it nice. I'm not as enthused about calling it the Town Center District. I would love to call it Morrisville Center, because that's the town, and that's the center, and that's Morrisville first and foremost, instead of just calling it the town center, and then you have to say Morrisville. So I'd like to see if we can sort of take a step back and make sure that we're all happy with the name, because Town Center District is long and not descriptive.
This lets you try it on, town center district is why,
Well, we have the district in town
Does it-
already.
does it
It's in
fill?
Park West.
Yeah. Mhm.
So that's a
It's
little
not
problematic
center,
also.
It's not in the center of town. The argument against it was it's not in the center of town. That's why
Well-
it got nixed.
Yep, understood, but it's the center of our town. Doesn't have to be geographically.
Right.
Because I think people will say, let's meet at the center.
Right, that was. the
Like
other
what
thing.
Councilmember Garmel was
They
saying,
can get
the M, let's just make it short. So if it's Morrisville Center, we'll say, let's meet at the center.
Right.
Instead of, let's just go to the M, something like that, and people will just shorten it to the center. And then that'll be the next brand, that's the sub-brand that people actually use. And people will know what that is. The other ones just generally don't excite me because they're new and different, and they don't continue what we've done. I think I like the M that we have, and this has the rounding, although it looks like the rounding's on the other side of our M now, which is a little weird, but that's not a big deal. And I think it'll fit in with the existing signage. So I think it's the easiest fit, and I think people would recognize it for what it is, rather than having two different places. I like the idea of having the black against the other popping colors. I'd be interested to know how a black would look on this background. If the green and the blue would pop similarly. But I like having the same colors at the very start, and option one by far is my favorite.
Thank you, sir.
Councilmember Kessler.
So what is the life cycle of a brand?
The life cycle, I've designed brands that are still in play 20 years later. Yeah.
I've got a bit to say here, so I'll get through it quickly. I heard young people mention before, we want to attract young people here. It's my speculation, being a young person myself, that we, and I'm speaking for all young people here, I suppose, just don't necessarily want to do, but I think we can be very sensitive to inauthenticity. Looking at these options, I'm getting a sense of that they're generic, and I worry to a certain extent that we're prioritizing optics over substance. I think for me, I don't know the Morrisville Town Center yet, right? I don't feel comfortable imposing, a brand onto it before truly knowing it. And I certainly, I wrote this down, I'll read it. I would rather have an inexpensive temporary wayfinding and signage and allow the town center to tell us who it is without us imposing what our idea of what it should be is. And you said it yourself earlier with that town center has effectively given itself a name, right? Over the 20 years of this project, right, it has given itself that name. And I really like Morrisville Town Center. And, I think that hasn't happened with the colors or the graphics or all that kind of stuff. And that's why I was asking about the life cycle of a brand. Let's say we pick, not saying that any of these are the wrong options, but let's just say that the life cycle of any of these, it varies, right? And to Councilmember Patel's point, will it stand the test of time? I don't think anybody knows that yet. So all that being said, I do like option one because I think it's flowing out of, our current branding, which I think is good. But with option one specifically, I believe that one would allow the Morrisville Town Center to tell us who it is in due time. My one gripe about it is that the M here looks like the McDonald's M. So I talked about inauthenticity earlier, right? That's just what I saw in it. Take that feedback for what it's worth.
Anything else?
That's it.
That was it.
Perhaps if the M was a butterfly, that might be nice.
Say that one more time.
If the M was a butterfly,
Okay.
that might be nice, but I'm not. It's just an idea.
And that's playing on the icon art that we're installing around town.
This is about sharing the ideas. Councilmember Scroggins Johnson, did you have a circle back?
So I still feel that we need to find that Morrisville identity that I've heard different interpretations of how to bring that up, whether it's visually the word Morrisville or a unique characteristic of Morrisville or the butterfly being, something that we know a sense of place like that's Morrisville. So, and I do also find it fascinating to think about, accessibility with colors. And we have a lot of sun, thankfully. We have a lot of sun in North Carolina, and the bleaching of certain colors over time, how is that going to age? It's not just replacing signs and updating signs, but it's just some colors tend to kind of not age as well as other colors in North Carolina specifically. Thank you.
Any other comments? So I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm summarizing real quickly, is there's a need of ownership for the center and in claiming Morrisville more strongly and more predominantly. Town center or something with center is still very much what I'm hearing across the board is a part of that name. I'm also seeing some relationship with strong interest in option 3 and option 1. Option 3 being the vibrancy of the color, maybe, and maybe the uniqueness of this iconic town center abbreviation may be something that is of interest. But yet I'm also hearing a strong interest in the connection to the existing brand, the way that it flows with option 1 with the existing brand. So somewhere in between there and creating some vibrancy is generally the summary that I'm hearing from the collective.
I'm not sure if there's support for the abbreviated TWN Center very much.
Okay.
But I would like to recognize Mayor Pro Tem Rabadi, who had a comment, and then I think Councilmember Kesslin.
Yeah, just wanted to say that, like I said, I'm really drawn to option 3. That's like, those colors are just my jam. But Councilmember Patel has a really, really good point about timelessness. And I think that, I love these colors, but, would I get tired of them over time? Maybe I would. So, and now I can't unsee the McDonald's M. So thank you so much for that. But I think I could go for option 1 also.
Okay. Yeah, the M is meant to mimic a piece of architecture that you're going to have grounding the entrance to the green. That was very intentional. You don't have an existing landmark to really grab onto, which is most town centers when they're building or revamping. Usually you have that. So that M put a lot of time and energy in that discussion with town center. Became that element for option 1. And the use of the white space is also something that is very important to that particular option. So I think color-wise, maybe option 3 is that's the strike. That's the piece where y'all are gravitating to, not the abbreviation, maybe. Okay. Okay, I'm getting the head nods for that clarity. So thank you. Anything that I'm missing on that one? Okay.
Through the wayfinding real quick.
Yep, let's run through the
Well,
wayfinding real quick.
we have more questions.
Oh,
I just had a
yes.
quick question for Mayor Pro Tem Rabadi. Do you still see the popsicles in our original M?
I'm sorry, do I
Still
what?
see the popsicles in the original M?
Well, now I do.
Okay. Councilmember Kesslin.
Slightly in jest, but McMorrisville.
Gotcha. Okay, next.
With the option, I still really like option one, but I just thought of that, you know, there's your name and your logo, which is ridiculous. I would say. McMorrisville with the McDonald's M.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah. That's what I just came up with that, right? I don't know if other people would come up with that.
We usually start making comments like that at about 11,
Yes.
later in the evening, so we're getting started a little early, but I like it, creative.
Well, thank you all for the feedback. Do we have other questions
I
before we
think
move on?
we're good on the presentation to this point. I think we've given what we're going to give, so if you want to move on to the next
Yeah,
portion, that'd be great.
We'll run through the wayfinding real quick, just in the essence of time. So in addition to the branding, we are starting to look at sort of the technical aspects of wayfinding within or around the district. And when we think about that, we really think about it holistically. So while we talked about signs, that we showed you signs tonight, we're also thinking about all the other things that this branding and other elements may help with that wayfinding. So whether that is the website that it could be developed to, kiosks that are within the, around the Plaza District, digital technology, how can we bring that into it? How does that environment affect your ability to find your way? And then other support materials. We want to get all of these things basically to talk to each other. So again, we'll just give you a summary. We start to identify what potential digital wayfinding tools that can be utilized. We'll talk a little bit about sort of a kiosk that could be digital within the area. There's going to be a map. You're going to want a map of the area. You want that to be universal, so it's the same map that you see before you arrive, maybe on the website. Then to also have one, on the signs around the area. These are just examples of other maps. Landmarks. So landmarks are another way you find your way around. So whether that is a building, a sign, or a piece of sculpture, public art will be landmarks within this space to give you an orientation to where you are or where to meet somebody.
And we're folding in our conversation as we map out really what that plan is in your master plan, where things would be plotted. We also are incorporating where are those murals going to be, where are those future icon statues going to be, so that we're balancing, because you can overdo an area with signage. And, while you think it's a large area, this town center district, it really is not. So you have to have a good balance.
This is also a master plan. So from our standpoint, we're sort of offering, here are 20 recommendations, all the things you can consider. You don't have to do all 20, you could do 2. That's sort of scalable. Obviously, there's the existing signs that are out there. And really, it's that information hierarchy of how you direct people around. So you get people, you welcome them to Morrisville, then to the town center, and then you get them to the individual destinations for their when they arrive. So the first thing is getting people from the town borders in, and then once you get to the district, identifying that district. So when we start to talk about budgets, now you can we could add or subtract to these areas, but it starts to give us an idea of, when do I have like a wow gateway where I really want to make my statement, and are there others that are simply a boundary marker where it's a less expensive element? Parking, you want to start to think about the parking, not only just signage, but from the moment someone decides to come, is there an identity that you can develop, a distinguishable P that people can follow, and you can have that on your website, on maps, on brochures, at the parking lots.
You're fun.
Start to identify which destinations are going to be directed to. Start the naming of those. And then the social district. So how are we going to identify that social, what tools are you using to identify that? So whether it's signs or elements on the ground, those are things that will be considered.
In your FAQ, I give you a little more information behind what the suggested boundary is right now and those key elements that the steering team took into consideration to really come up with a recommendation. We'll bring more of that back in really what would be the operational framework at another time. But I did want you to see that boundary within the district.
And now we've started to group it into sort of how can you roll this out and how do you group? So you can't do wayfinding systems where say, I'll do this street but not that street, or this area but not that area, because it all connects. But you can look at sign types and group them that way. So that group along the top really is probably that first element that you can consider, which is parking and pedestrian signs around the district. You can then look at vehicular signs, either getting you to the district, from a distance from the town borders, or as well as around the district itself. And then you start to look at gateway elements to the town center, and then also kiosks. So we have the thought of kiosks sort of on the edges, sort of smaller and just giving you an orientation. But you could have a digital kiosk, within the plaza that has events. We could talk about what the programming of that would be, whether it's digital or static, what kind of information needs to be posted within that area if you're having festivals and activities.
You want me to take this one?
Sure.
Okay. So this is really early cost estimates. I was talking with John about this, and it's always a danger putting a number out there so early. But I wanted you to have context. Wayfinding, signage, and gateway, when we originally went down that path with what we already have now, pretty sizable project back then, and it was in 3 phases. And in those 3 phases, they actually totaled about $750,000. And we did not do all of the phases over that time period. With this, with a master plan, and that's what we lacked back then, with a master plan, the beauty of it's going to give you scalability, recommendations of packages that you can then balance in the continuity of a master plan and implementing these future projects, even over a phased period. It's going to give you a menu of options, ability to manage your budget over a time period. The other factor here that I think from my own experience in the first project way back when, I had to pick that up when someone left, was the factors that influence it at the time you're trying to implement, put them on the ground, is the fabrication. It's the installation factors. It's even, do you have the right of way or the easement to put a sign where you're designating? We ran into some of those issues. With a master plan, we're gonna have some of that already well thought out in advance to give us this guidance. But this gives you scalability. You don't have to, you can do all the way to a larger package, you could do it over time, or you could do a basic package that gets you started. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So we've also identified future funding to consider, potentially could be sponsorship. And I think the key here is we would have to do an initial investment up front. Sponsorship over a period of time could potentially substantially pay for this or repay for any investment that we make in this town center district. There's a lot of potential for sponsorship when it comes to wayfinding, kiosks, a lot of opportunities. Yes, sir.
When you talk about sponsorship, does it change the logo then? Because they will ask for, why would I sponsor something? And if I'm sponsoring, what am I getting on that sign?
So I'll use, I think, and from what I understand, for example, if you have a digital kiosk that's sponsored has a lot of marketing potential for whoever is wanting to sponsor this kiosk, for example. I think their sponsorship is going to come in the bigger elements of town center as a whole that's going to pay for many elements that we want to put into town center, not just the signs itself. General sponsorship dollars.
Yeah, general sponsorship. So because you're talking in reference to the signs, like sponsorship, so I was thinking, okay, if I have to give money to the sign, then where is my logo going on top of it?
It comes in a bigger destination.
So that's a different thing. Okay.
Anything else you would like to add for this one?
No, I think, what this project, once we settle on the brand and the different elements, really you're going to have a design guideline for what everything looks like, and so it's consistent across the board. and then you start to roll that out over time. These projects never just drop out of the sky one day and the whole thing is done, right? It's usually phased, but this gives you that strategy based on funding availability, approvals, whatever it may be.
Councilmember Kessling, did you have something?
Yes, I wanted to double down on the butterfly idea for two reasons. The first one being that we're going to be discussing, it's later this evening, I believe, the is it this evening or Wednesday?
Tomorrow night.
Thursday. So on Thursday, we're going to be discussing the butterfly icons and throwing this out to the council, that if the butterflies all around town are pointing to the town center, I feel like that's an additional wayfinding opportunity. You know, how do you get to the town center? You follow the butterflies. As well as the Western Wake Farmers Market would be located there, and you know they hand out seed packets and have composting, so that environmental component of that is really nice as well. I know I'm kind of going backwards with talking about the branding and whatnot, but that just came to mind when we were talking about wayfinding, particularly using those butterfly icons as wayfinding in themselves. That's just an idea that I'm throwing out there for our discussion on Thursday.
Yes, sir. We have Brittany intentionally a part of the steering team to remind us of these opportunities and how they play a part in plotting our future plan and this master plan for town center. All right, I'm going to move us forward.
Actually, I'm sorry. Councilmember Patel, did you have something? And then
Yes.
Scroggins Johnson. Councilmember Scroggins Johnson, please, and then myself.
So with the wayfinding signs, there's two kinds of wayfinding signs in my understanding. One is a stagnant sign that's a permanent fixture of go here, this way to the Greenway, this way to the town center. But there's also dynamic wayfinding signs that are going to bleed into the programming of the district. And I think that's what Councilmember Garamella was alluding to, is that a wayfinding sign that's an interactive, I've seen them in Raleigh and some other venues, and it might not be a phase one, it might be a phase two, but an interactive wayfinding sign that allows for people to sponsor messages. And so it's not just a permanent place in sponsorship, but it's a dynamic sponsorship for events or activities or, you know, announcements and so forth. So although we're looking at the static wayfinding signs, we also have to think about our dynamic electronic or those kiosks for the town center too, so that we can enable better messaging, more timely messaging. If there's a safety alert, we could, you know, kind of immediately activate certain kiosks to get people information that they need at the time.
And that's where the ranges come in. We were considering those, and you know, depending how many of those you do and that sort of thing, that obviously pushes the cost up. So that's where the ranges come in.
Right, but it's a matter of payback too, because if you can have
Right.
content sponsorship, you're going to have initial capital costs, but
Then there's a revenue analysis of how
right,
it works.
and
yeah.
August 22nd, I'm really looking forward to is ongoing expenses and carrying costs.
Yeah.
I'm looking at ongoing carrying costs of a dynamic sign and how we can ensure that we offset expenses for that.
We can include some sort of analysis within the budget as we move forward and have locations and that sort of thing, sure.
That's right. Thank you so much.
Our partners sing that they're not here this evening, I don't believe, but they gave me some good advice when it comes to interactive information hubs, which is what we've identified here that's very similar to what you're talking about. You also have to consider how are you going to maintain it, who's going to operate it and keep it updated. And so those are things that we have to consider.
That's no
Making it
matter
smarter.
I've seen it with the kiosks, no matter if it's static or digital, it's content. And whether that you go and pull it off and put it on or send it, you know, wirelessly, someone has to come up with that content. I see plenty of interactive kiosks that are blank screens because no one has a responsibility for that content management. So that's something you always have to be honest with yourselves with kiosks.
Okay, and we actually already have the content. We're already using TVs at the parks. So I
Yeah,
think
so
that
you
would be
have
the,
that data feed,
that,
so,
instead of like a separate digital kiosk, I think
Yep.
just putting on the bathroom structure, one of those TVs is kind of our first step. One of your slides earlier had lots of parking signs, and I know some towns need to have a special P to direct people. We have the parking deck and we have on-street parking. I don't think we need to have any parking signs. It's pretty obvious that that's it.
Yep.
Also looking forward into the future, 3D glasses and having interactive things like that this way to the town center, doing that, leaning into Pokemon. There's already people walking through this area of town, the town campus, doing Pokemon.
Yeah.
So it'd be nice to interact with them and have the middle of the town green be one of the big stations or something like that. It sounds weird, but I mean, if you want more interaction with the youth and some adults, that would be helpful in that space. Those are things I want to share. Councilmember Patel?
So if we go to the slide, actually we are on 49. You have provided some numbers here. Parking signs, kiosk, small kiosk. So these are the estimated numbers of signs we will need and the approximate cost.
This is just for context. The
Or-
number of signs that you have listed, oops, what happened to that? Can you pull me back up?
Yeah, it's just a general count to get started, looking at the maps and the information that we have to date. The next step is to actually plan where everyone goes. But that's just, so you saw like the parking signs, there were only 4 to 6 of those. We know it's not going to be 25, right, like the mayor just said. So they're just estimates at this point to give us a budget. If you came back and you said, look, we only have X amount, then we would go back and look at these and say, okay, for that amount, these are the quantities that you should do to have an effective system.
But the cost estimates you have provided, are they based on the estimated number of signs that you have listed?
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm sure some signs cost more than the other, but.
That's right. Yeah, you
on
can't
the
just divide,
average,
you can't divide it. Like banners are $300 where kiosk could be $12,000. So you can't just divide it by the quantity.
It would be helpful if we have that breakdown.
Yeah.
in future.
And the master plan, more detail, more refinement of that information so that
Yeah,
you
that's
have
the
that
next step.
menu. That's that next fourth step.
Got it.
But we thought a picture, a context was really important at this point. So you know where you're headed, so we know what we're dealing with and how we could potentially fund it in the future. So we're starting thinking ahead.
All right, thank you.
Mayor, any other questions
I
before
think
we move on?
it'd help me to know what a vehicular wayfinding sign is going to look like. What's an example of that?
Oh, go back. It's like what you have out there now, the blue signs.
This one.
Yeah. So that's just generically, it's, 4-inch high copies. So it's what you have now.
Yeah, I think those are the most important ones.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions on the wayfinding signage discussion? Okay, I like the idea of having it right at our town borders. We just have the 2 monuments right now. It'd be nice to have things from those points
Directing
forward
it.
saying, this is how you get to whatever we call it.
Right.
Okay.
So let me jump real quickly into street naming. I just want to get you to think about this and get some guidance from you because this is a long process. So in our street naming, I outlined for you that Carolina Street in our view, for a long time, it's been envisioned as really that main street that's going into your town center area. And that street, you do have a partner, Sing, who actually has and is working through permitting with an address that's on Carolina. So I want to be transparent and clear. There is going to be impact if we were to change that street, but I wanted to check with council on what your preference is because of the fact that we know that it will be coming off of that traffic circle, really that main boulevard. It has been what it's been considered before. We have a great opportunity, I think, with Foxglove, the portion from Jeremiah to Town Hall Drive. And that one's very intentional for that segment, is that it hugs the green. There's a use there that's really gonna be creative, festive, and you have an opportunity to potentially rename that segment and kind of own it for what you know could potentially be on that walking area, that street area. You've designed it to be unique. The other section that we need to work on naming and getting into the process is the segment between this block here and this future block. There will be a street, and we'll need to get that on the radar and be able to name that street as well. Currently has no name. That one's the easiest one to do. We recommend both Jeremiah and Scoggins, obviously, for obvious reasons. They're your grounding factors for history. And we know how important history has been when we've discussed the goals and the vision for Town Center. So we would recommend those stay. Carolina, when we looked at that one, there's no strong history behind the name Carolina Street. Now, there is some interest in that Carolina, North Carolina. It's an important symbol of who we are in this state, and it's nice to have that name. We already own it, so there's just thought around that. Town Hall Drive, that has long since been there, and it captures that civic connection for our town campus. So it's another grounding street, I'd say. Wake County, I gave you just an idea here, and I went into more detail on the FAQs of the process. And Wake County is the vehicle or the authority that we have to go through, and we're going to have to give at least 3 different options, and they have to be somewhat variable, and they have to be positive. They should represent the uses of the area if we decide to go down a route of naming streets, or renaming streets in this case. There's a process, and it's about 2 to 3 months. I wanted to give you some idea in our feedback of some names that floated to the surface, and I preliminarily went through and bucketed these into themes they potentially represented. And you could choose any one of these that we would like to move forward or not for the future. But this just gives you an idea of what people were saying to us when we asked the question. I went through and preliminarily evaluated, were they even available? So these are the ones through Wake County that are potentially available. So what feedback I need from you tonight is really to see that you're in agreement with leaving Jeremiah and Scoggins. I think I immediately started seeing some head nods when I was speaking just a minute ago. So I'm just going to pause there. You can raise your hand if that's easy enough. It's just guidance tonight to get us to move forward in the right direction.
Okay, we have a couple of people who wanted to give thoughts, and then maybe we could just
Sure.
go down the line at that point. I saw Councilmember Scoggins Johnson first, followed by Member Tem Rabadi.
So I'm going to be Captain Obvious right now, and I really think we should keep Scoggins Avenue for because of the historical significance. But Jeremiah Street, I think definitely that was intended to be within the town center when it was designed 20 plus years ago, and we should keep to that spirit. As far as naming of streets, I just want to be clear. Are you asking us for a single street, or are you asking us, because the way that we're looking at this, is there multiple streets that need names, or just one street that we're discussing tonight?
Technically, there is one street that does not have a name, and that will be this future segment here. I am asking council, do you want to keep Carolina? I think it's fair to clarify, ask, and move on, if that's the case. That certainly allows Sing to do their marketing, and they are more than ready to move forward on marketing for their facility that's addressed off of Carolina.
I understand. So,
and Foxglove is the other one, the segment of Foxglove.
But you want to just do the first question first?
So-
and get that?
So what I'm trying to understand is Carolina Street, if we rename it, then that will be one name. If we have the street without a name, that's 2 names.
Right.
Is that correct?
Correct.
So what we're really discussing tonight is not, it's possible 2 names. So we have to look at this from a collection of names. If we keep Jeremiah and Scoggins, and there's possibly 2 more names, although Wake County wants 3 names, so in case blah, blah, blah. But council needs to say, okay, looking at slide number, which was it 54? On the, yep, the menu of street names, we should actually, make some 2 or 3 that we like, that would go together, right? As a collection, because, I like Connection Lane because live connected, live well, right? That's kind of cool. I also like Morrisville Crossing because that's also a connection kind of, thing. But would Morrisville Crossing and Connection Lane be confusing? Can we have both, or should we have another complement? So I'm not going to answer that right now, but those are the 2 that I like. But I think that if we decide that we are going to do 2 streets versus 1, meaning Carolina goes away, we need to think about how that all looks and works together. For just talking to people on the street, go over here to blah, 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 that kind of.
And Wake County does help you balance a little bit of that in their review process. And more so how it fits even if there's too much of something crossing across Wake County. They want to make sure there's uniqueness because of emergency response. Does not need to be confusing.
Right, but I was also thinking crossing and connection are too similar.
Too similar, yeah.
For just our own, proximity. Yeah, thank you.
Good feedback, thank you.
Let's do Mayor Potem Rabadi, and then we'll just work our way down the line, because Councilmember Patel is next.
Yeah, I agree. I don't want to run into another aviation and airport situation where I would err on the side of not renaming anything we don't need to rename.
Okay.
Right? I mean, we need a name for a new road segment. I propose we do that and move on with our lives. If there was a compelling reason to rename the Foxglove Street section, I mean, I guess I would take a look at that, but I just don't think there is. And to be perfectly honest with you, I think that all the celebration and culture names are yes, thank you. They're just so cutesy and like, I don't like any of them. And I actually feel the same about most of the innovation and commerce ones. I mean, I'm not sure that you can name a street that we just built yesterday Heritage Boulevard or historic anything, but I do like Morrisville Station Loop quite a bit. That's
Morrisville Station Loop.
Morrisville Station, yeah, I really like that one. But yeah, I like a lot of these. I just feel like it's kind of trying too hard. Like we're just kind of doing too much there,
Thank you, that's great feedback.
So definitely Jeremiah and Scott are going to stay the same for sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Patel, and then Councilmember Johnson, then me.
So I agree with Mayor Pro Tem. If there is no compelling reason to rename the existing streets, I'm good. Just the one street that we have to name. I like the Morrisville Station, but I don't know the word station, how does that fit in? But I like Morrisville Crossing or Morris Center Drive.
Thank you, sir.
Councilmember Johnson, please, then myself.
So I'm not in, I'm in favor of keeping Jeremiah and Scroggins. I am not in favor of changing Carolina. Aren't there townhouses on the other end of Carolina off of Church Street?
I do not think they're addressed. I think they're facing a different roadway.
Okay,
But I'll
okay.
double check to be sure, but I did look at it, and right now, the visual is
You're,
not coming.
and I looked at Google Maps, and of course, it doesn't have a current.
I don't believe so.
You're probably right, Jeannie, you're probably right, but there's Carolina Street on the other side that does have, on the other side of the circle.
Correct.
And so I like keeping street names.
The same across.
I don't, that bothers me when it changes names. So I would keep Carolina. The only, and I heard you, with the new section of Foxglove, you're saying that road that would hug the park, there's the potential to name that something else. Foxglove would not be my first choice on that little section of the road, but then again, that's what the road name is. So I think I would be in favor of keeping that. But, often you see roads that have like a sub-name. It might be Fifth Avenue, but it's named after, Jack Smith or, Bob Smith or whatever. So, I think we have a potential of naming that section something else or referring to it as something else if we want to. But I'm almost of the, just leave it as Foxglove. I think, again, that you're changing names and the road continues, and that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. And those were all your questions, right? Yeah, and as far as a new name, I appreciate all the input. I'm not sure I like any of these names on this chart, quite frankly. I hear the Morrisville Station Loop. Morrisville Station, this doesn't fit here. That's not where the train station used to be. That's not where any future train station will be. And I think there's another development. Isn't there? The development off of 54 is actually called Morrisville Station. So I'm not sure if you want to call it Morrisville Loop, maybe, but I'm not sure these are jumping out. Any of them are really jumping out at me, and I apologize to all those who gave great input, but I'm not sure I would choose any of these right now.
That in of itself is very good feedback. I appreciate that. There was a lot of input.
Yes,
They had to
I
go
know
to the
that.
filter of Wake County. These are the ones that kind of rose to that. Yes, sir.
So for number one, keeping Jeremiah and Scoggins, I'm in favor of doing that. Carolina Street will be the main street, so I'd like to change it to something useful and unique for us. Maybe a Morrisville Way,
Okay,
something
so
like
you're
that.
okay with changing it?
Yeah, definitely. At the All America City, they talked so much about the Chelsea Way, so I think we can make the Morrisville Way a thing also, because internally we talk about the Morrisville way of doing things is different. It's a higher level, it's accountable. I think that's part of our culture. Foxglove is, I've never understood why that exists as a name. I would love to change that to pretty much anything else, especially in that little section, maybe call it Boutique Way or Cottage Retail Way, something descriptive, because that's really what that border is, Shopping Way. You could do something clever with Way. I know Cary has Awesome Street and things like that. That's taken, unfortunately, but I don't mind being a little cutesy. I'm not really in favor of anything that I'm reading on the chart, though.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so I'm in favor of changing things and starting from scratch, essentially, for some of those things, except for Jeremiah and Scoggins, which I think are important, and Town Hall Drive stays the same also. Moving down, we've heard from Mayor Potem Rabadi. I think did you only weigh in on the number one, or do you feel like you did everything? Councilmember Garamella?
Yeah, keep Jeremiah and Scoggins, that's perfectly fine. Carolina, I think, usually I don't write on the Facebook, and I did write Morrisville Way, because something unique to that street. So, I think, does Morrisville Way look genuine, or like, Morrisville Parkway? Yeah, but that's more Parkway, this is just Morrisville Way.
Let staff help you with that.
Yeah.
I would say there is a lot of similarity there to an existing road that's in town, but if there's an interest, I think that's the overarching core question. If there's an interest to change it, then I think we can work with you on names.
And then,
Councilmember, will you speak more into your mic, please?
yeah, sure, it is on.
No, we bring it closer.
Okay. What else do you want? Like,
Foxglove. Is there an interest in changing the segment?
I think we can change it because this necessarily does not mean because a street is there, it has to continue this side because it's completely two different. We have seen that with Carolina Street on the other side, they don't follow through, they use it a different street. You know, it's Marcel Carpenter and then the aviation, like streets change at the intersection all the time. So if there's anything that adds value to our downtown center, I think it's worth changing it.
Thank you, sir.
Councilmember Kesslin, please.
Keep Jeremiah and Scoggins. With Carolina Street, I do like keeping it. But that's only because I've not thought of anything better. I think it's the best name that I can think of for this particular street at the moment. Foxglove, however, I'd like to point out that foxglove is a flower that's native to Europe and not North America. So I think that is reason enough to change it. Doesn't have to be any other flower name. Bad omen, you could say. Bad omen, you could say. Yeah. Mayor Pro Tem Rabadi was saying that foxglove is also a deadly poison. But referencing back on the comments that I made earlier about incorporating butterflies into the branding, and then we have the icons pointing to town center. If it's called Butterfly Lane, I think that's a novel idea. I know it's cutesy and whatnot, but I'm thinking about. I'm happy that the Western Wake Farmers Market came here tonight because I'm thinking about them when I'm thinking about the name of this street as well. And I mean, they'd be tickled pink to be on Butterfly Lane. Either that or, a Market Street, something like that, Market Way. I do like the historic names, or the heritage names. I don't know if it's necessarily this area. I mean, maybe I'm just nostalgic, I guess, for history, I suppose. And since this is, you could say, the start of the history of this thing, it is kind of funny, I'd say, to slap a historic name on a new place like this. It's kind of the inauthentic kind of thing that I was talking about earlier, but I still like those names. I do think that the other two categories, aside from the Butterfly Lane, I just think I think lean into our icon, what we're trying to do here in Morrisville. I think that makes a lot of sense. But at least the other two columns, it's kind of, I'm going to probably start using this more and more if I don't, for specific things, McMorrisville, right? An authentic kind of way. What were the names? Like Innovation Way, and can we go back a slide?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Innovation Drive, Prosperity Lane, Discovery Lane. I don't know. It's not. They're not speaking to me. Unity Way, Gathering Way. They're just not speaking to me. Not speaking to me. I mean, they're definitely not speaking to me. But the historic heritage is having an effect, I suppose you could say.
Okay.
But mine, I went to Butterfly Lane as well, so I like that one.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Rabadi?
Sorry.
I had one other thought. Ideally, it is our main street, but we can't call it that because Wake County has another main street somewhere,
Mhm.
right? So we could call it Morrisville Main Street. That's different than Morrisville Way or Morrisville Parkway. So that's just something to throw out instead of Carolina.
Okay. So I'm gonna just try to see if I can come up with a consensus. This is gonna be hard.
Can I like to recognize Councilmember Patel first?
Oh, yes, sir. I did not see his card.
No, he just
Just
pushed up.
one quick question I just brought up. Besides the cost of the signs, are there any other costs associated with street name changes?
Yes, there's costs associated with renaming it. I don't have the cost off the top of my head, but I can certainly put that in FAQ for the next time. That it would be a part of the branding process that we would incorporate that.
Okay, thank you.
You're not talking about too many blades, by the way, it's just one on either end.
No, I was talking about besides the street signs, are there any other costs associated with that?
Like an admin fee or something.
Yes. no.
Like an administrative fee to change it, is what he's asking.
Okay, thank you.
Back to you two.
Back to me. All right, I'm gonna, oh, y'all, I've really talked this one. I didn't realize you'd be this excited about it, but I'm happy. So just to summarize what I think I heard, and please correct me, you will not offend me if I get this wrong, but you are all kind of over the place here. What I think I heard definitively is that we'll keep Jeremiah and Scoggins Johnson. Oh, did you like that Freudian slip there? Did that earn me extra points?
It's a really long sign.
Yeah, I did hear a consensus or maybe a stronger preference from many that thought there's no reason to change a name if we have a name and there's a process. It would disrupt maybe some folks, maybe our partner in this case. So for me, I'm not seeing a consensus on Carolina or hearing a consensus really on Carolina. I'm hearing maybe more of a preference or interest in considering, obviously, the new street. That's a piece of cake. We can worry with that. But Foxglove, I do hear there's an interest in maybe considering that one further. So I think with the new street name and Foxglove, that staff could bring an item back to start a process and do more work with the community on suggested names and what that application would look like with Wake County. Did I capture that fair enough? Thumbs up? Awesome. Phew. Thank you all very, very much. I want to thank John for all of his work and effort that got us here this far. We'll bring more information back to you. Lots of good input.
One step
Fair?
closer.
Yes, we tried some things on. That's what this is all about. And move us forward with input. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. A lot of good work. So at this time, we are scheduled for a 15-minute break. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's please reconvene at 8:33. Okay. We're going to come back into session at this time. I'd like to invite Cindy King, Parks and Recreation Cultural Resources Director, to the podium. There she is. Parks and Rec Month. We love that. All yours.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. I'm delighted to share a story with you tonight about a department called Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources. As you know, July has been dedicated to celebrating Park and Rec Month. And throughout these weeks, we've highlighted the transformative power of parks by introducing a new activity each week and connecting with our citizens in different ways. I appreciate those of you who have been able to make it out to some of our events. One of my favorites was last week when we transformed a small piece of grass area at MCP to a kindness garden. We had about 60 folks come out and paint a rock or two to share in a garden. And the next day I heard there were several admiring the newly laid garden. If you haven't been by there, please check it out and take a piece of inspiration with you. As I prepared this presentation and continued to review the information that was put into it, I found myself reflecting not just on the data, but on the dedicated staff who bring these numbers to life. It's their creativity, their planning, and their execution that make our programs and initiatives possible. So before I get started, a huge thank you to our Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources staff right here in the green shirts. We are certainly lucky to have this group of individuals on our Morrisville team. Also, I will be asking a few of the team members to assist with questions at the end as needed. So if you'll hold your questions until the end, if I need them to come up, I'll call them up. So I've been with the town just over 2 years, with the last 8 months serving as your director. When I came on board, I quickly realized we weren't collecting the data to share our story rhythmically. So we begun running reports and collecting data on a monthly basis. We continue to make tweaks and learn different elements of our software system, ActiveNet, but I knew it would take about 2 years before we were able to produce the comparisons and the information that I'm about to share with you. While we still have some work to do to determine which reports are best to use, and if we're directing information to the correct GL accounts in Munis, I can confidently say that we are moving in the right direction. So now I will begin our story of the Morrisville Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Department. I will be covering 5 divisions in this presentation. They are outlined, the divisions are outlined in the orange of this org chart. One of the changes we recently made in this org chart was made with Leslie Haney, our special events manager, who now reports to Megan Young, our assistant director. This change aligned all divisions across the board, reporting directly to Megan. I also want to mention that each division has part-time staff as well as instructors that would fall at the bottom of the org chart. They play an integral part of our daily operations, but we just ran out of space to show everyone on this org chart. I'll move into the divisions, starting with special events. I'd like to recognize Leslie Haney, who is with us here tonight. We all love our events. And while numbers looked a little bit similar in 2025 versus 2026 to do any comparisons, instead, we wanted to share the highlights of 2026. We had approximately 18,800 event attendees this past fiscal year at 19 events, with the Eid Night Bazaar Market being a new addition. That event alone brought in close to 400 unexpected attendees. We were not expecting that many people to come out to that night market. In FY25, we reimagined Juneteenth and Springfest, and in doing so, really enhanced the quality and depth of both of those events. We will continue evaluating all of our events to determine if modifications are needed. We also added 2 part-time assistants to the special events team, And this has helped cut down on full-time staff working events, as well as provided consistency with our staff for training purposes, as well as an overall understanding of what needs to be done at our events. In 2025, we had only programmed one cultural resource program, but in 2026, staff upped that to 7. The additions included programs such as Espresso Reads, which was offered twice, MLK and Black History Month celebrations, and Brushes, Beverages, and Blooms, just to name a few. Staff will continue looking for opportunities and watching trends in these areas. And lastly, she's not here to celebrate her, but a big congrats to Courtney Coley for obtaining her national certification for Parks Recreation Professionals. So congratulations, Courtney. Later, we'll talk a little more about events once we get to our town center discussion later in the slides. Next is our Recreation Division with Cedar Fort Community Center. CFCC has seen a strong growth in revenue, as you can see, programming and increase in residents participating in the programs offered. This team, led by Will Dieters, who is with us tonight. As you can see, programming alone has skyrocketed, with the team working with 8 additional structures just over the past year. This change came with us taking over ownership of the programs that were currently held at the facility, like Bollywood dance, archery, and music programs that already existed. We took over the registration and can now identify residents versus non-residents. We work directly with our instructors on the schedule making sure what works best for the facility. Staff have added programs such as hip hop dance, preschool youth, and expanded teen dance. RoboThink, Gear Shifters, and Wakabumi STEM programs have also been popular, as well as 3D printing and AI coding. Last year, the team not only programmed 9 weeks of full day camp, they also added several weeks of half-day specialty camps. The same for this year, but the half-day camps proved to be more popular this year with Kiddo Kinetics, RoboThink, and Gear Shifters. This group is also dipping their toes into some smaller program events, such as Mother-Daughter Tea, which was offered for the first time in 2025 with 12 participants. And this year they doubled their numbers. So it's quite a cute event. This year they, also wanted to touch on wait list, specifically for summer camp. At one point this summer, we had right about 200 people on the wait list, and the staff have been able to whittle that down to just over 80. Staff continue looking at opportunities to grow here, but space and staffing are contributing factors that prohibit us to expand much more. You will see the highlights at the bottom of the slide that are quite impressive. This team continues to look for growth opportunities by watching trends and surveying our citizens to understand what they would like to see next. And you'll see at the bottom of the slide, 572 hours of camp offered, 247% increase in programs offered, 770% increase in resident program participation, and like I mentioned earlier, 11 contracts added to expand programs. Moving on to MAFC. First, let me just say, the staff at this facility continues to amaze me in their creative aspects to add more stuff, even when the house is packed. We are busting at the seams, and they use their creative elements and powers to bring more to the facility. This team is led by Mark Hassick, who couldn't be with us tonight. We have Casey Martin, Pina Conaceria, and Emily Hamrick. I'm going to start off with aquatics. You will see too, they had an increase in revenue, which was about 25%, and also a 25% in programs. One of the most recent additions was collaborating with Gigi's Playhouse to offer swim lessons to individuals with Down syndrome. This program, along with increasing the numbers of lessons offered by 50%, contributed to increased revenue and programs. Also, I wanted to highlight yet another professional certification that was obtained by our very own Casey Martin, who's here with us tonight, who completed the American Red Cross Lifeguard Instructor Academy. This is not an easy feat, so congrats to Casey. On the other side of MAFC House, we have the fitness component, and once again, they have risen to the top when it comes to offering programs. We have fee-based programs for anyone who would like to register without being a member. And then we have our programs included within the membership. For the fee-based programs, you will notice revenue increased 43.5%, with programs offered increasing 64%. Some of the new programs included personal training one-on-one and one-on-two, pickleball clinics, and leagues. In looking at our membership-based program, staff have found creative ways to continue increasing the popular programs that have had wait lists. Staff put out a survey, and specific classes were added based on that feedback. For instance, offering Sunday classes and adding to the ever so popular water aerobics classes are just an example. This has helped to offset demand, but we are at capacity nonetheless. One of the most recent modifications that was made to help our residents was that they can register 24 hours ahead of the non-residents for the membership-based programs. So this has helped tremendously, and that's through our UPACE program, UPACE software system. Moving into memberships, you will see from FY25 to FY26, we increased revenue 11%, with visits going up 9%. From the previous page, we did see our paid programs go up 65%. And I mentioned that one of the highlights was our personal training addition. I would like to talk a little bit about the insurance-based membership. Over the past number of years, MEFC has accepted insurance companies as a perk for some of our patrons. You will see on the left, we primarily dealt with Tivity, Optum, and Ash. Within each, there could be different programs that the policy covers, such as Silver Sneakers, which is one that falls under the Tivity Prime Fitness. Also, when working with these insurance companies, they are not offsetting the full cost of yearly membership or even a full month membership. For instance, one company only pays us $20 for the month, while a month adult paid in full is $40. And some companies only pay per visit with a 10-visit cap. We have members that come way more than 10 visits. You may say, well, just allow them to come only to 10 visits. And that's where the staff time comes into play with the reconciling of the accounts. I do want to recognize Pina Canasoria. She is the staff person behind the reconciliation each month for the insurance. She spends a lot of time on that at the beginning of each month. This can be a very taxing process, making sure the numbers match, making sure we get paid, etc. So thank you, Pina. You will see the right. We did some area facility comparisons. Most municipalities do not accept insurance because of the overload of staff time. The private entities accept some of the insurance, but this varies from month to month. One month they may decide to stop taking it. And they also often have a third party to reconcile the insurance side, so the money side of things, which takes quite a bit of staff time to send info out so that we can get paid. Some of the background on what impacts we experience in dealing with insurance-based memberships. So a little background here. The operational and financial impacts. Sorry, I lost my place. The average wait list is 270 per month for group fitness classes. 270 people are on our wait list per month. That's a lot. Demand continues to rise. Limited capacity. Frequent adjustments to class schedules and capacities are needed to just manage the demand. As of January 2026, we did stop accepting new non-resident insurance memberships just to help with those numbers. You will see the number of memberships broken out to the right. So you have your resident adult, resident senior, non-resident adult, non-resident senior. And the total of the insurance membership types totals about 529. And this does vary from month to month just based on people signing up for the insurance. Therefore, with the new lens we have put on the operations at MEFC over the past year, we're at the point where the following changes will be made beginning January 2027. We will conclude all insurance programs on December 31st, 2026. Senior residents will be eligible to apply for Neighbor Up Scholarship, which we're putting into place along with our youth scholarship as well. We will be offering a 20% discount off the annual memberships we do an annual discount in January, so we're adding another 10% to that. And this is going to be for our senior population only, senior residents. So I would like to end MAFC portion with a splash, birthday parties. You will see the growth in these parties and we just hit 1,000 guests at one of the most recent parties back in June. So you'll see the revenue increase, the parties increase, and the total guests increased. So on to the seniors. As you all know, there's a lot going on at the Senior Center. Laura Crumpler, who's with us here tonight, has done an incredible job taking this facility to the next level. You will see the revenue numbers increased 48%, number of programs increasing 55%. Programs such as Harvest Fest and National Popcorn Day, as well as Crafty Connections, have been popular, along with the increase of education and fitness programs, contributing to that 55% increase. As you recall, we added the non-resident membership in January, and that alone brought in just over $10,000 with 125 memberships sold. Another highlight to add on a professional development side of things, Laura will be finishing up Supervisors Management School in November. This program is offered through the National Recreation Parks Association and is a 2-year program. So congrats, Laura. Batter Up Athletics. I'd like to recognize Brian Ray, who oversees this division, along with Matt Morris and Brendan Boyd, who I think Brendan just had to step out, who provide quality program in this area. For program revenue, you will see a 17% increase coming from a 48% increase of programs. Some of those additions include a winter sports camp that was offered at CFCC that was very well received by our citizens, flag football, and various clinics and other camps. You can see by the numbers, the residents are taking advantage of these programs with an increase of 31% of our residents. I'd like to highlight the 5,000 coach volunteer hours that are put into baseball, basketball, volleyball, and flag football. We definitely couldn't operate without these valuable folks. I do want to mention that we had just over 150 folks waitlisted in the various sports. The staff have done a tremendous job in trying to accommodate the wait list by adding 1 to 2 more participants onto a team. Space continues to be a factor for growth when we look at adding additional teams. Athletic field rentals. We have some incredible rental facilities, as we all know. However, we saw a decrease in FY26 on the revenue side of things. We continue to dissect these numbers and factors to determine the decrease. We do know that a couple of our non-resident, non-profit organizations refiled with the Secretary of State, making them a resident, and one group alone, by doing so, decreased their rental costs by approximately $40,000. So that played a big factor. Again, this is something we've been tracking and will continue to evaluate to better understand the differences, but changes as such affect revenue pretty heavily. You will see the usage breakdown, the top 3, Cedar Fork District Park, Shiloh Park, and then Crabtree Nature Park. For shelter rentals, the decrease here could be different factors, but overall could be due to weather. This is harder to determine because the shelter rentals are typically one-off rentals. But again, we will continue and have been evaluating popular times of the year that folks rent shelters and possibly do some enhanced marketing to get those numbers back up. And lastly, on the rental side of things are the 2 indoor spaces, Historic Christian Church and CFCC. We did determine the decrease here is most likely due to the increase of evening programs filling the space at CFCC. So you give a little, you take a little. You will see both are fairly popular spaces with the usage breakdown, with Historic Christian Church being 54% of the usage, and then Cedar Fork Community Center being 46% of the usage. We have several nonprofit organizations that use our spaces. You will see for FY26, we had a total of 115 rentals, 60 which were nonprofit. We had a total of 19 nonprofit organizations, with 12 being non-resident status. We did some comparisons of surrounding municipalities, and you will see it varies a bit, with Cary, Raleigh, Wake Forest, Apex, and Durham. Our estimated revenue by non-resident nonprofits was approximately $160,000 for FY26. If those organizations all receive the resident rate, that reduces the reduces the revenue to approximately $95,000. Our recommendation is to offer Morrisville-based registered, and what I mean by registered is that they are a nonprofit registered with the Secretary of State. They would receive a 25% discount on rentals Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. This would help drive rentals to our non-prime time and still leave the prime time open for regular rental rates. Moving on to our four-legged friends space, the Morrisville Dog Park. I think for the first year of opening, we had a positive year. I've seen some happy faces running around that space. We started selling passes in August and opened the gates in September, selling just under $14,000 in passes. We had close to 4,000 residents alone use the park. We have also started some programming out there with our first ever event just a week ago with Dog Days of Summer. The plan is to host some more of these smaller events at this venue, as the one last week was very well received. And you'll see the operating cost of what it has been for the last year there. And you'll see the total swipes we've had, and that could be skewed a little bit because sometimes people let people in, but we did have 6,157 swipes. So how do people know who we are and what we offer? Well, that comes down to our marketing coordinator, who is president, Katie Greninger. Katie's creativity and social media has earned her some shout outs across the state. You will see in this story, the followers increased 28%, and I dare say they saw all the cool things coming up from Morrisville PRCR. The engagements portion is a big highlight. Our engagement rate on social is 4.5%. The average is 1.3%. The increase we saw from 25 to 26 in this area was 107%. Some additional highlights include just over 310,000 video views. And if you haven't seen some of the videos our actors and actresses are in, you're missing out. And lastly, we had 582 program guide visits just in May alone. I'm going to highlight cost recovery at a higher level. We've got a few new council members that may have not seen this and may not know this exists. So last year, we did a presentation on cost recovery, and we have the 1, 2, 3, 4 buckets, primary being the 0%. This is a benefit for the community by enhancing property values, safety, addressing social needs, and improving residents' quality of life. The next level is our basic, and that's 1 to 14%, and I'll explain the percentages in just a minute. Promote individual physical and mental well-being in a beginner setting. Then you have your enhanced, which the range is 15 to 50%. And those are intermediate recreational skill development, but still promotes individual growth. And then you have your specialized, which is 51% plus. Specialized in advanced instruction and promote individual growth. So that's the high level of our cost recovery methodology. So what we did is we broke down each division's cost recovery in a snapshot for FY26. You'll see athletics at 54.5%, Cedar Fork Community Center, 62%, Aquatics and Fitness Center, 54.5%, the Senior Center, 4.2%, and then the Special Events and Cultural Resources, 3.4%. The department's overall cost recovery came in at 35.9% for FY26. The national average is 30% for our given population. How do we use that methodology? If you go back to some of those percentages, basically it starts out with the initial planning, looking at our gaps, our trends, opportunities. What are we missing, if anything? What are the needs? We identify our potential instructors, what resources do we need? And then we start analyzing the cost. We utilize a program plan worksheet to determine if a program is a good fit to seek approval. So the staff grab this sheet, it's an Excel sheet, they start plugging in their information from their descriptions to their direct cost anything that it costs to run that program. They're going to stick it on the sheet. And then as part of the cost recovery methodology, we also do research market comparisons. So we look at surrounding areas to see what others are offering. We then submit that program proposal plan for approval and activate that program. So what happens within that worksheet? The staff are determining those percentages. So let's say special events and cultural resources may have a basic program. So like, I'll take the Lunar Light program. That's a basic program that falls into that basic category. So that cost recovery is 1 to 14%. So they're going to play with that 1 to 14% to see what a good fee looks like, because those program plans spit out your resident and your non-resident rate. There may be another program similar in Cary or Apex, so they're going to do those market rate comparisons. So if we're well over, they're going to probably play with that percentage number, bring it down, but we're still going to try to stay within that cost recovery loop, that basic area. So that's how we use our methodology of those, the classifications. So I can't go without talking about a year of celebrations and wins. But I'll start by recognizing Billy Helton, our business analyst, who led the CAPRA reaccreditation process. Not only did we pass, but we did so with flying colors, with 100% of the standards met. Congrats, Billy. And we were one of 10 beta testers with the new credentials. So not only were we trying something new, but we did it 100%. We didn't miss a beat. Billy worked with a work team to achieve this outstanding recognition. We have added 2 hitting stations, which are installed at MCP. We added a few work teams to accomplish some projects, accreditation being one, Park and Rec Month, and have already identified several other work teams for this fiscal year. This gives folks an opportunity to work with others outside of their divisions, and there's typically a starting and ending point. So they will roll off and move to something else if they'd like. Obviously, we have a new home that several of you came over to earlier today that has proven to be a huge benefit with proximity to other departments, town hall, and our own facilities. We appreciate you all investing in this space so that we can thrive and do things all PRCR. We kicked off the master plan and strategic principles. I think you all saw our mission and vision statements up on the boards right as soon as you walk into the building. We're very proud of those. Those have been part of that strategic principles process. Thank you to all of you who have participated in our session, in the session with our consultants for the master plan. Your time and input is invaluable to the process. And last but not least, we have new lighting at our Church Street Park, and we are currently prepping for the upgrade of the cricket field. So some really positive wins there. A look ahead. We've heard there's a park that will be coming online soon called Town Center, and we couldn't be more excited because it's going to be in our backyard, if you will. We have a meeting planned with Public Works soon to begin the discussions of operation and what it's going to look like overall. Our special events and cultural resources team is gearing up to move many of our existing events to this space. All but Red, White, and Boom and Holy are expected to make that move. Some additional programming that we are throwing around is reoccurring arts, culture, and obviously with the stage, music offerings. We will be focusing both on active and passive activation, offering youth, teen, and family drop-in, as well as fitness and wellness offerings. And we will be welcoming a new program specialist just inside the new year to help us with the program elements of the park. What's next? I mentioned the additional programming at the dog park, so we're gonna be hitting that. Expansions of the senior center. You know the senior center is exploding. I cannot wait to see what we're gonna bring to the senior center once we get expanded. It's gonna be incredible. Volleyball recently became a sport within the high schools, so we will be looking into integrating that into our athletic programming. And then technology upgrades. That includes, we just received our signature pads at all of our facilities, cameras at many of our locations, and then controlled access is coming to at the MAFC tennis courts and has been installed at the cricket pitches. I mentioned the expanded work teams previously, and MAFC is working towards private swimming lessons. And that is the end of the PRCR story. What questions may you have?
Councilmember Scroggins-Johnson, then myself.
Well, before I begin, I'd like to just say it's so great to see all your shining faces at 9 o'clock at night. We are very proud of all the work that the Parks Department has provided, from events to routine, activities, both passive and active. It all blends together. How we use the parks, how we connect the parks, it is a backbone of the town. And we would love to just do more, but we are limited by both funding and capacity, right?
Yep.
So it's a real balance of, need, want, ability to provide. So, and the fact that we just received recommendation for the reaccreditation, is it official yet?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
We're done with that.
We're so done. We're so done. But the Parks Master Plan update is so critical, and I know all of you are working and supporting that as well, so we love that. But that just puts us in a better position for future grant funds, future applications, and so forth. Now I'm going to turn to one of my favorite topics, seniors. Laura, you should be like, yay. The insurance-based MAFC is a significant activity for, the staff to process claims, and I get that. I have worked in one of my previous lives in an insurance company, and I get claim management, and I get how complicated each insurance company is going to do that. But looking at the math, the insurance-based population at the MAFC is 70% seniors. Have you brought up to the Senior Advisory Committee the change of the insurance-based, scenario for memberships? Because I think that's important. There are 76 people currently from Morrisville that are in the insurance-based program. But more importantly, 70% of the total population of these insurance-based are seniors. And a lot of them are non-resident, but there's a reason there. It's because there's such a need for activity, and Medicare Advantage programs do offer that benefit. Now, I was not seeing in this presentation the differential between the market rate MAFC membership and the reimbursement amount from these insurance programs, and what that delta really is, because that's important to understand what's the impact of this insurance. I know it's both staff time as well as the actual physical recovery of funds, but that's important to know. I think that if we had a facility for the seniors at the senior center that offers even more types of physical activity, that would help maybe those 76 individuals transition to the senior center, but we don't offer the same kind of curriculum, and that's a gap. I would also, when I looked at your proposed changes, that you're offering a 20% off annual membership during annual, the next year, that's where that reimbursement is important, because if the seniors have a certain capacity to participate at MAFC through their insurance, are we offsetting the market rate enough with 20% so they can still engage? Is it really they need to have a 30% discount? Let's think about what is needed to make that net neutral for those 76 residents that are currently participating. And that way, it's helping reduce the demand, but it's also supporting our Morrisville taxpayers. And also, I'd like to get more feedback from our senior advisory committee on those kind of changes, and why do some seniors have an MAFC, not a senior, membership, or they have a senior membership and not an MAFC? That kind of information would be helpful as well. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for a very thorough presentation. Thank you to all the staff. Parks and Rec is the most community-facing, resident-facing thing, and it's always bringing smiles to everyone's faces, especially just the events and things like that. Really wonderful. You said something right towards the end, which I want to understand. Controlled access for tennis.
Yes, so it'll be badge access through their passes. So it'll be for members only at MAFC, but not at MSC.
And can you tell me why?
Because we have control the usage of those courts for members only. We have a lot of people that come out there that aren't members that are taking up member spots. So those memberships that we're talking about, they pay the membership to use that facility. We're looking at the tennis courts inclusively at MAFC as a membership-based, part of that membership perk.
Okay. I would ask, is that necessary? Because they used to be controlled access, and that wasn't that great. I mean, the fencing came through the building in the old tennis courts setup, and it just wasn't that user-friendly in general to not be able to use tennis courts. Tennis courts are generally public. So do you really need that extra revenue, or can we use the tennis courts and let them be open to everyone? Because that's like a really democratic sport. And if the courts these are 2 of our 8 courts, something like that.
Yeah, I think we were looking at MAFC as membership-based for the tennis courts. It's one of those perks. So the membership that you're paying for is a part of that tennis court. We have the MSC courts, and we also have the Church Street Park courts.
Okay, I'm just going to always be pushing back on that because people are paying the membership already. So do we need to add another perk in order to get them to keep being members, would be my question. And I did take the survey and the interview, and that was really great. I enjoyed the opportunity to share. I forgot to share what can we do to help reduce the lines at things like Peeps in the Park and Boo Bash, because we want our residents to remember not the lines, but the event, because it used to be we didn't have lines for those things.
Okay.
And so now they're too popular, or what can we do to spread those out a little bit? So that's just a suggestion. I'm not asking for an answer.
Okay.
It's just, I think those events could be more memorable in a positive way for all our residents. Everyone says really great things about them. I think they can be even better. And you guys are doing a great job. So please take that in the means as it's intended.
Thank you.
I'm not sure who's first, so I'll recognize Mayor Protem Ravati first, and then Councilmember Garamel, or that.
Excellent presentation, a lot of energy.
Thank you.
And I don't know how you get your energy at 9 o'clock, but I think the same smiling faces. And as the mayor alluded, I would say Parks and Recs is pretty much the crown jewel because it touches a lot of people. It touches a lot of kids and that is pretty much what the parents look at. And the second, I would say, is the public works, because the trash has to be pulled out. And the rest all departments are important, but they are like a BAU type, that is like, so not saying anything to the police and the fires and all that thing, but that's, the expected. If the parks, the kid is not going to soccer, that's a problem. If the trash is not getting picked up, it's a problem. But nevertheless, I think it's a great, Cindy, in 8 months you have done a fabulous job.
Thank you.
And the morale of the entire department is completely at a different level now.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And I don't go to seniors center a lot, but I don't have to, unsolicitedly, I hear a lot from Vicky all the time. So, I think all is good there. My thing comes back to the nonprofits thing that I had done a roundtable, and for me, it is, when I came up with this proposal to have as a resident, there are a lot of nonprofits which are all around Morrisville, Cary area. And you have seen just in our participation, there's a lot of crosswinds, like non-residents come here and go there. And we benefit a lot from nonprofits which are outside and for our residents too. Good example, like I was talking to Councilmember Laurie Bush, like talking about the Cary thing, and she went and asked the Parks and Rec director, like American Red Cross. The nonprofit is based out of Raleigh, and when they do something in Cary, they're considered as a 50%. It's just not, they have it as a rule, but they kind of do more than that because it benefits the overall good of the community and the residents. So this particular one, I would say, it's great. We have brought the levels up, but sometimes it's not. It's better to let it go because nonprofits are always struggling. And not saying that we won't give them discount or anything, treat them as a resident, because that gives our community people who come and participate a better pricing too. That's what I had alluded for, and I think rest of the council at the time, agreed to it. And I think when I asked Brandon said that you will be coming and giving a presentation today. At that time. So that's what I would still suggest we should go with.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Protem Rabadi, please.
Thank you, Mayor. So 100% agree about the nonprofits. I think that we should be encouraging nonprofits to have events in Morrisville. And every nonprofit that I'm on the board of is on such a shoestring budget that the difference between a $500 event and a $250 event could be the cancellation of the event. So, yeah, I think we could err on the side of being lax on that type of policy. And also, Satisha's right. There are nonprofits that are not based in Morrisville, but that still have a wide berth in and help a lot of people in Morrisville. So so I disagree with the mayor about the tennis courts at MAFC. I think that I have a membership at MAFC, and it would be my expectation that I would have priority access to those courts. That's one of the reasons to get a membership. And to have people going in there that aren't members taking up court spaces from people that are members. I just don't think that's a really good look on us. And if people can walk into the tennis courts for free, I think that's an amenity of the MAFC membership. So I'm fine with that. And so you alluded to this over and over again. You have an amazing staff. I did want to particularly call out the Parks and Rec Month events. I had tons of fun. First I painted a puzzle piece, then I painted a rock, and I met, the kids were so excited, and it was just really nice to see that. And the staff that were there were wonderful with the kids. It was just for me, a really shining moment in a long line of really shining moments that Parks and Rec offers this community. And, I think our brand, when we talk about being welcoming, being inclusive, being a great place to live and work and play, I like, there's nothing about that Parks and Rec doesn't touch. And I could say as a parent of 5 that the rec sports and rec activities and rec STEM programs, are life-changing for kids. So just thank you to every single one of the staff, those that are here tonight, God, it's so late, and those that aren't. Just keep doing what you're doing, because you are doing a fabulous job. And I agree that I really think you have up-leveled the department. The department was already great, but I do think that under your leadership, it has considerably up-leveled.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Councilmember Kessling, followed by Councilmember Patel, please.
Thank you for the presentation. This is really great, especially having, all the data, all the information all on display in this presentation. It was really great. I was wondering if we could go back to the CFCC slide. It's one of the early slides. So a lot of the other slides, the numbers were making sense in my mind. On this one, I don't know the percentages necessarily, but I'm seeing a significant increase in the number of programs and comparatively a slight increase in the revenue. So my curiosity here is maybe the cost of fiscal year 25 versus fiscal year 26 on Cedar Fort Community Center. If you can answer that.
Will, would you like to come up to the podium? Sure. I'm going to ask Will Dieters to come up. He's our center manager. He can maybe help shine some light on this.
Yes. And could you repeat the question again for me, if you don't mind?
Yes. So on a lot of the other slides, the number of programs or the number of participants or whatnot seem to match in terms of percentage with the amount of revenue increase. This one, not so much. I can't do mental math very well, but I'm pretty sure that 348 to 368K is not a 247, nowhere near a 247% increase in programs offered. So I'm curious about the cost impact of going from these 78 programs to 271 programs.
Sure, yeah. So a lot of that primarily has to do with taking ownership of those programs, specifically our music classes and archery classes. So when we took ownership of those, registration and having instructors facilitate them for us, they were a register by class programs. So if we had for instance, music classes is Monday, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. We have a 4:15 all the way to 7:15 class, 40-minute sessions, and participants were signing up for 4:15 each time, every week. So that offered at 5 sessions a night. That's 15 programs right there. Some were filling, some were not filling. So that was running the number of programs we were offering to the community up, whereas if some were not filling, then that revenue wasn't filling that piece. We've since changed how we do registration for that to eliminate how many programs, we're seeing canceled, to like a monthly basis. So now they pay a one-time fee and they sign up for 4 classes. Where we've seen the numbers make more sense. And we're getting more registrations, and it doesn't, parents don't have to go on every week and sign up. They can do it once a month, or when our registration opens, they can sign up for 5 months at a time and not 40 programs or sessions at a time, if that helps answer that.
I appreciate the additional details, but what I'm specifically interested in is the cost difference of going from 78 to 271 programs between fiscal year 25 and 26. Does that make sense? So we have revenue numbers. The revenue doesn't seem to be, right, there's not a 247% increase in the revenue. There's a 247% increase in the programs. I'm wondering what's the percent increase in the cost of running an additional 200 programs?
Sorry, could you repeat that last part? Sorry.
Yeah, so we're going from, just say we're increasing, to 200, increasing programs by 200. What's the cost of increasing programs by 200 programs?
It's going to vary on the program because our instructors we pay the instructor. That's most of the cost right there. Our instructors make different salaries. One could be $10 per person. The other one could be $40 per person. So based on what they are charging, whether it's per person or, per hour, it's gonna be a variation. And unfortunately, I don't have those costs.
Yeah, if that could be provided in a subsequent email, that would be appreciated. Just to have a little, because just the numbers don't look like all the other numbers in here. And so having just a little bit more clarification on that would be nice. Let's see. So the primary access for members of MAFC on tennis, I think that makes sense. If you come into MAFC and you're doing everything there and you want to play tennis, I think being able to do that there is a perk of being a member. So I think the restricted access on that is fine in my regard. I'm echoing the lines at events and tacking on the lines waiting for shuttles, especially the late night events. I've waited in those lines, and they're they can get a little exhausting. So just making that comment, and also so getting into very specific details on how programs are run, but I'm going to preface this by saying that I had a resident tell me, hey, you should do it this way, and I told them they should reach out to town manager, reach out to you. And I was like, no, that's your job. So that's the impetus for this. But it's specifically with Holy and the color, the powder. Apparently in Apex they do they have stations, separate stations and cones, and it's not one central location. It's kind of distributed throughout. And then if it's that, then it's probably also potentially less plastic waste as well. So there's that. And then the last thing I wanted to mention, just related to parks, something that I've been learning more about recently is there's a group. It's probably researched the group Make Space for Girls. So parks, play equipment, and public spaces for older children and teenagers are currently designed for the default male. It's time to make space for girls. Our vision is a world where all parks and public spaces are designed to make teenage girls feel valued and included, and where everyone feels welcome. So the request there is really a gap analysis. I'd say, is there Is that true, for one? And if it is true, maybe we probably start thinking about doing things a little bit differently.
Thank you.
Councilmember Patel, please.
So thank you for the presentation, and the data you have provided here is excellent. It's very helpful. So thank you. If we can go to the athletic fields rentals slide, which is, I don't know, what, 14, I believe. So here I see that the usage has increased, but the revenues have declined significantly. I'm sure there is a reason, but could you explain what that is?
I'm going to ask Brian Ray to come up to the podium, as well as Billy Hilton. Brian's our athletics manager, and Billy is our business analyst.
Good evening, everyone. Hope everyone can hear me loud and clear. So the major difference there is that over the course of this past year, we did have a couple of organizations that reclassified themselves with us after us doing an audit is from resident to non-resident. So there was a $40,000 decrease in one of the organization's fees due to that reclassification to a resident. Additionally, we've had, we'll say, some changes because we share our space with events. We've had a couple of organizations that have, we'll say, found a less expensive option. So they've relocated to some other fields. Some organizations are creating their own field space. So we lose usage in that way as well.
Yeah, I'll also add that because these rentals tend to be much higher dollar amount, I mean, it's not uncommon for them to be 5 figures, right? Yeah. So it doesn't take that many differences like that to make quite a difference in the revenue that you see. All it would take is a few clients, having an altered status or no longer reserving with us, reserving with someone else. So that's all that takes for there to be a huge difference.
And I understand that, but what I'm saying is that both residential and non-residential rentals have increased, 395 to 452 and 593 to 737. So rentals have, I understand that 40,000 difference that you explained, but there is a significant gap between, it's a decline. So I was wondering what else could have contributed to it, that's all.
So the revenue difference is mainly due to the organizations. Some of the smaller organizations, say we have a Triangle Ultimate that does leagues with us. At the end of their league, they will have their individual teams come in and begin to rent space with us. So that will increase the number of rentals that we have, not associated with just one organization. And so from that standpoint, we do have an increase in the number of rentals that we do, but that doesn't help offset that gap in the revenue.
Okay. Thank you. Then if you can go to that Cedar Fork Community Center slide. And there here what I see is, I had a question that Council Member Castling already asked, so I'm not going to repeat that question about the revenue increase. But I see that resident participation increased significantly and non-resident participation decreased significantly, specifically at Cedar Fork Community Center. So was that shift intentional through pricing or registration policies, or it was just simply due to increased demand from residents?
So I think we determined it was based on when our residents register. So residents register about a week prior to our non-residents. So our residents are getting in there sooner now than our non-residents.
Okay.
Which is an advantage, obviously, to our residents.
Yes. Yep. And then agree with Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Garimola on the nonprofits policy. Well, the organization renting the place may not be in Morrisville, but a lot of the participants, they actually live in Morrisville. So we need to, and I feel we should reconsider that policy. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Johnson, please.
So Cindy, thank you for the presentation. You did a fabulous job, and the department is doing an incredible job. So I echo all the sentiments from my fellow council members about how important Morrisville Parks and Recs Department is to our community and how you all accomplished so much. And so appreciate you all very, very much. And you know, I remember, I moved here to Morrisville 30 years ago. I remember Parks and Recs 30 years ago, and you all have come a long way. So I thank you very, very, very much, especially when it comes to youth athletics. Incredible job, incredible job. Just a couple of quick things, and I'm gonna, and this is kind of important, we kind of talked about this in the past, and I think it's important to mention it again. If you don't hear consensus, you don't hear consensus. So keep that in mind as you hear all these comments. But I want to say, one comment I want to make is I appreciate all the data you've shared with us. And I think going forward, it would be really helpful year by year to see this information and to see the trends. So I am grateful for that and looking forward to that in the coming years as well. Thank you for the work you are doing registering residents and non-residents. I appreciate that very much. Our residents should come first, always. I realize Morrisville Aquatics and Fitness Center has its own little uniqueness to it, but our residents should come first, always, because we are not doing 100% cost recovery on everything, nor will we ever. But our residents should be at the forefront because they are tax-paying and contributing in all kinds of ways. So I appreciate that effort between residents and non-residents. I'm gonna, because here's consensus now. You're gonna probably hear some of the fourth one. We did discuss nonprofits and how to handle them moving forward. And I do like the idea of giving nonprofits the resident rate. We came to consensus on that. And so I think we need to move forward. I appreciate the information here, especially on the one slide where you said there would be a decrease in revenue. And I get that. I think we know that. I appreciate you reminding us of that. I think maybe we need to move forward in what council has come to consensus on and then evaluate again and see if we want to continue that practice or not. But so I just wanted to talk about nonprofits again. And this idea of the tennis courts at Morrisville Aquatics and Fitness Center, you market that as part of that membership, and that should be part of that membership. So I'm okay with that. The insurance with at the Morrisville Aquatics and Fitness Center, I hear the problem there, and we did not always accept insurance. So there's a history there, and that's okay. And this is before you, and I know all that. I think it's important that we start phasing that out. I do think that is a burden that we probably should not take on. And other municipalities are not either. And I realize that we're talking a lot, that it affects the seniors, but we do offer a lot for seniors for free that other municipalities do not. And we offer a lot of fitness classes for our seniors. I participate in some of them, certainly not all of them. And, you know, there is an alternative, a free alternative, totally free for our seniors. So if we need to emphasize that and market that, however, to make sure that folks are aware of that. And then as far as this accepting insurance for other facilities, there are private facilities that are accepting. I know Morrisville residents who are seniors that are participating in, especially O2 Fitness. And that is almost like it's in Morrisville. The parking lot is in Morrisville, the building is in Cary. So, so it's right on our doorstep. So there's an alternative there for those that have, that would like to use insurance. And I say all that because, and you mentioned this a couple of times, you know, we're busting at the seams in our facilities. So I think we need to think strategically, and I know you are, because you've shared the information with us about, you know, who and what and how we are using that capacity. And of course, I would put our residents first, and you are too. So I appreciate that. So thank you.
Thank you.
That's facing the wrong way, but now I see that you want to speak. Councilmember Garamella.
Cindy, one thing on the rentals for the fields, I didn't see any stats for the Church Street Park. Yeah, it didn't talk anything on the Church Street.
It's not in our top three, correct?
Those are the top three.
Yeah, these are the top three.
And do we have ballpark how much money that made?
Billy, do you remember what that was?
I don't off the top of my head.
We do know what that is. We took it off because we focused on the top three. I can get that.
So that's interesting. The fact that you're saying it's not even the top three and we spend the maximum amount of money on it actually should be alarming for us, you know, and how can we, this is your opportunity, Cindy, to make money out of this part. Use this ground.
Pressure's on.
No, because, you know, it makes sense. It has to be the top every time because the amount of cost that goes in, and it's all tax dollars money, and we have to ensure we give the juice coming out of all that hard, beautiful lawns and, you know, millions and millions of dollars in lights and fields. So just thought, because that is pretty important. When it slips through, not even a top three, then that's a problem.
Understood.
Yeah, I'm sure when we rent that, it's expensive, but these other ones are having daily rentals. I mean, they have leagues there and stuff, and I don't think we want leagues practicing on our cricket pitch. So that's probably a little bit different.
Yeah, like not disagreeing with that, but it's a rental field. End of the day.
Councilmember Kessling, and then I have another thought.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on to that we restrict the usage of the field, so it makes sense that it's not in the top three.
So if we could circle back to the nonprofit, because we sort of, we're at a high level, sounds like there's consensus to just do it. Is that for events? Is that for rentals? Do we need to be more granular about the direction we're giving to y'all? I'd like to recognize the town manager to sort of give us some insight, because this was a roundtable that we went into, and now we're just sort of high level saying something, and I want to make sure that we're giving clear direction.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Cindy. So, you know, my question was just to follow up. I think, you know, Councilmember Johnson has mentioned there may be consensus. We just want to confirm if that consensus is that you just want to give any registered, we verify nonprofit, the resident rate. There's an impact to that, and I think you're aware of that impact. So if that's what you want to do, I think Parks needs that direction so we can go forward and make any changes with anyone that's got rentals coming up and have that settled.
I'll recognize Councilmember Patel and anyone else who puts up their thing.
So when I spoke, I was specifically speaking about facilities rentals and not events, but I'm open to the discussion.
Are you referring to indoor facilities or
Indoor facilities.
indoor facilities? Okay.
Councilmember Scroggins Johnson.
So I just wanted to understand the math. The non-resident versus the resident rate with the proposed 25% discount for non-resident nonprofits. Is the resident rate more of a discount than 25%? What is the discount?
The differentiation
Yeah.
between the resident and non-resident is 40%.
It's 40%? So that to me is helpful because, yeah. I feel like 40% is less than Cary, but more than the 25%. I would be okay to try to do the non-resident rate. It's just simpler in
You mean the resident
administration.
rate?
Do the resident rate, because
For-
it's simpler in administration. Are you nonprofit? Yes or no? Here's the rate.
The resident rate.
Right, then you
Yes.
don't have to do,
All the math? Because
A
we're not
lot.
math people.
yes, math is great. I love math too, but I'm just thinking it'd be an easier way of administrating over time. So, thank you.
I slipped my mind what I was going to ask on the follow-up. As long as it's not pushing out like residents who want to rent the facilities or nonprofits who are within town. So that would be something that I definitely want us to consider because we're putting residents first. So if someone's renting a facility and no one else can use it, that would concern me. So I'm not sure how to address that.
I think that's really challenging, because, you know, it's one thing for the fields and the shelters, all of you correct me when I'm wrong, but, you know, those are not necessarily rented, 6 months in advance sometimes. Those are more of a, 30, 60 day. Whereas when you look at some of the rentals that are at CFCC, they rent for 6 months at a time. They rent for a season or for a portion of their classes. So it's really hard to say, okay, residents can rent up until this period, because the other problem becomes if you have somebody that wants every Sunday or every other Sunday, and then you've rented half of those, they're not going to come because they need all of those to do their program. So I think you just have to be prepared that you're going to have some situations where a non-resident based nonprofit is going to get the space for a period of time that would exclude a resident that might want to rent.
Yes.
And we have that now, but that component doesn't really change. You're just going to reduce the revenue by, a percentage, which is fine. Just want to make sure we're eyes open to this.
And if they get a resident rate, we're not getting cost recovery.
We're reducing cost recovery. I'm not ready to say we don't get it. You're certainly reducing cost recovery. And again, making sure we're just talking really about CFCC and Historic Christian Church for the most part. That's really our two indoor facility rentals.
That's all I want to share about that.
Okay, so the other thing we'll have to do is bring you back, because we'll have to modify the use fee schedule as a part of the budget. So we'll bring you back an amendment to that at the next meeting, and it can go into effect after that.
So I just want to be clear that consensus is for indoor facility rentals only, or are we?
I would
I don't know.
strongly
Everybody
suggest
else
staying
was-
there.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I was referring to, but I'm not sure what else everybody else was.
Yeah, that sounds like that's what we have consensus on, indoor facility rentals. Okay. So,
My question is, Brandon, what are the other rentals, like field rentals you're thinking about?
Yeah, there could be field rentals, there could be shelter rentals. I mean, there could be other things. But I think, I get the impression you're most interested in folks that are maybe bringing a program that would benefit our residents and others. And so I think those almost exclusively occur at the two indoor facilities at CFCC and at the Historic Church.
Okay, because I don't know the other ones, so.
Okay. Really good, thorough presentation, and I think we've all mentioned how much we really appreciate the efforts of staff, and glad that you have a nice facility that's close by, so we'll see even more of you. So it's wonderful. Thank you very much. The Power of Parks.
Mayor, sorry,
Yes, sir.
that was really loud, sorry. Didn't
No,
mean to do that.
it's fine.
So as far as the senior rates, I don't know that we're going to resolve that tonight. Do you want/need additional information to consider? Do you want that to just come back as a work session item? We've got a little bit of time, that the insurance doesn't stop until January 1st. So we've given the members a heads up that that's happening and that we're talking with you, because we didn't want them to just see this on the agenda and be surprised by that. So they're aware, some. But what's your preference in terms of that?
I'd like to recognize Councilmember Scroggins-Johnson. She's the one that's sort of.
Yeah, I would like a little more information about, the different insurance companies are going to offer different rates for the reimbursement, right? But maybe an average, so we understand how the math works a little bit. The number of hours, I know you probably projected the number of hours it takes to do that, so that, we really have a very clear understanding of the impact, because I think that's important for the public as well as the council to better
Agreed.
understand that. And then just to have a conversation with the senior committee about, the fitness programming at the senior center and the fitness programming at the MAFC, and understand where there might be some gaps and some opportunities. From their lens, I think would help us be more informed about, if we expand the senior center, what we might want to include in order to offset some of the changes that are occurring.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so it sounds like a little work session or something, or a brief, and I'd be interested in knowing, it's my understanding other towns are not really administering insurance anymore, and that the residents who want to use insurance can go through their own company and ask for reimbursement there. So if you could have that information too.
The challenge is we don't really have answers to what the insurance companies will and won't do, because they won't share that with us. So the members may be able to get that from their insurance company, but they're not, I would describe them as the most user-friendly groups. So we don't know necessarily that every single resident can just go and pay their membership and seek reimbursement. We don't know that, and we're not going to find that out from the insurance companies. But we can bring you back some data and share everything that we do know with you to make it an informed conversation in an upcoming work session.
And perhaps some of the other towns who discontinued might have some insight about whether or not their residents said, oh yeah, I can just get it from my own insurance. That might be digging a little deep though.
I think it's been a while for them, but
Yeah.
we can ask the question.
Okay. Any other questions for Cindy, the team on Parks and Rec at this time? Wonderful. Keep getting that data. We love it.
Thank you all so very much.
Thank you all very much. Can we give them a hand?
Thanks, team.
Now we're going to move on to item 12. We'll give them a moment to vacate. They've been very patient. Thank you very much for spending the evening with us, everybody. So we have one public hearing this evening. We now invite Mark Spagnoli, Director of Engineering, to the podium where he is standing right now. Sir, the mic is yours.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. Mark Spagnoli, Director of Engineering. Thank you, Parks. That was a wonderful presentation. Hopefully mine will be as exciting, but maybe not. Item 2026-200 is a request for an encroachment agreement with Spark Infrastructure Owner LP. We're going to give you a presentation this evening, followed by a short presentation by the applicant. And we can have discussion after my presentation or after both presentations. So here we go. So just a little background, Spark, most of you are probably aware, is a property off of McCrimmon Parkway, about half a mile down from Airport Boulevard. It encompasses over 100 acres of property. The development has moved to a new programming option, which requires connection of several buildings with bridges that will encroach the public right away. The Morrisville UDO, section 2.5.25 outlines the requirements to get an encroachment agreement with the town of Morrisville. So we're going to go through some of those this evening. And we've already completed a pre-application conference, received an application from the applicant, and this has gone to the Planning and Zoning Board, and they have recommended approval of the encroachments. All right, so just giving you a little context from aerial view. This is the actual Spark property outlined in red. You see McCrimmon Parkway on the curving around on the right-hand side of the screen, and this is a arrow showing some of the buildings that were built, and we have some more coming in the near future. And then digging down a little deeper, this map shows the extent of the buildings and the parking deck, and it shows the 3 bridge encroachments. There will be 1 conveyor bridge encroaching over Sparkview Drive, and there'll be 2 bridges encroaching Stevens Park Drive. One of them will be a conveyor bridge, and one of them will be a pedestrian bridge. The next few slides will show some of the technical details, and the applicant's presentation will have some better imagery because the ones I'm going to show you are pretty engineering-like, so in some respects may be hard to follow. So this is a section of the proposed pedestrian bridge, and like I said, this one crosses Stevens Park Drive. It's going to be a steel bridge cladded with glazing, so it'll primarily look like from the outside a glass structure overtopping Stevens Park Drive from one building to the other. The next slide shows you kind of the internal, I'll say, skeleton or framework of the structure itself. It's a steel bridge, like I mentioned, and it'll be cladded with glass. So you'll basically, from the outside, you'll see the glass that I showed on the previous slide. The next bridge is the conveyor bridge. There'll be 2 conveyor bridges. These will be cladded with materials similar to those that are of the buildings themselves. The conveyors will not be seen from the outside. That'll be totally internal to the structure of the bridges. And they'll be conveying materials from one building to the other. These bridges, and you'll see better renderings with the applicant's presentation, but like I said, they'll be cladded with materials that are matching with the building. And all of these will meet all the UDO aesthetic requirements before final permits are issued. And again, this is just an internal view of the structure without the cladding. It's a steel bridge structure. So getting into some of the requirements, like I said before, section 2.5.25 outlines the right-of-way encroachment agreement approval process. The applicant is required to do a pre-application conference, which we've completed. The staff has reviewed an application submittal from the applicant, and we've accepted that. We've already made a recommendation to move forward with the encroachment agreement. We've scheduled public notices as required for the Planning and Zoning Board and for this meeting. We've taken it to Planning and Zoning Board, and we've had a recommendation from them for approval, and now we're here at Town Council for review and decision. So going into some further details, just so you're aware, we don't do a lot of these encroachment agreements. So I think the last one we had actually came in 2018. So just to give you a complete refresher, we do have specific requirements outlined in the UDO, and I'll take you through some of them here. Right-of-way encroachment agreement approval. If the town council determines basically the following items, that it complies with applicable district standards in Article 3, zoning districts, and applicable use standards in Section 4.3, accessory use and structures, complies with all other applicable standards in this ordinance, complies with the engineering, design, and construction manual, complies with all other applicable town ordinances and state and federal laws, and complies with all requirements and conditions of approval of any prior development permits or approvals. So staff has already made all these reviews and has determined that it does meet these requirements. And just to go over some of the general summary items that were outlined in the actual encroachment agreement, and the agreement is part of the item as an attachment. So the minimum required bridge height clearance is 16 feet. This meets our requirements as well as NCDOT requirements. The bridge improvements shall be permitted and inspected by the town of Morrisville, of course. We are requiring annual bridge inspections by a professional engineer. Bridges shall be designed to ensure pedestrian materials, equipment, and other means of transport that cross the bridges stay within the confines of the bridges. We don't want anything coming out of the bridges. We want everything confined within the bridges. During construction, any road lane closures shall be allowed without prior notice and approval by the town. The applicant is obviously solely responsible for all maintenance, upkeep, and repair of any bridge improvements. There are no other ownership rights of the public right-of-way, no other aerial rights or subsurface rights. This agreement would just be for the actual bridges themselves. Obviously, the bridges remain as private property to be owned and maintained by them. The agreement also outlines emergency requirements related to anything dealing with accidents, damage, and communications with town emergency services when needed or if needed. Liability insurance is required throughout the duration and perpetuity. The applicant has to hold harmless and indemnify the town, and obviously the agreement will be recorded and will run with the property in perpetuity. So based on the requirements outlined in the UDO, we're recommending approval of the encroachment with Spark Infrastructure for the 3 bridges. The town attorney has reviewed and approved the proposed agreement as to form and content, and as I mentioned before, Planning and Zoning Board has recommended approval of the encroachments. So we can have some staff discussion now if you like, or we can take you through a short presentation by the applicant. It's up to you.
Why don't we hear from the applicant in case that answers any questions that might come up?
Sounds great.
Okay.
And we have Matthew Carpenter from Parker Poe. He's the attorney representing them. Yes.
We'll entertain questions. Mayor Pro Tem Rabati first, because she had her thing up.
I'm fine to wait.
Okay, Councilmember Garamella.
Now, my question is, when you're saying encroachment, is this a public road or is it like a town road?
Yes,
Because-
both of these roads are town public roads.
So they will not be enclosed outside, like the Spark will, like, from my understanding was, at some point they will be enclosing it. They're not enclosing it.
No, the bridge will overtop the roadway, so the road will remain open, but the bridges will pass over the public right of way.
There might be.
So that's why
fences
these
or
are
walls
considered
along the road.
Yeah,
encroachments.
and how, in the Natural Science Museum has a bridge in the middle too. So how did they do the same thing because that's a public
Likely
road?
with the city of Raleigh.
Okay, all right, that's all I just wanted.
Thank you.
Good evening, Matthew Carpenter with Parker Poe, 301 Fayetteville Street, here this evening on behalf of the developer and the applicant, Trinity Capital Advisors. Got a couple folks with me this evening, Chris Bostic with Kinley Horn. Chris is our civil engineer, and Garrettson Brown with Redgate. Redgate is overseeing the overall construction project, so they'll be available if there are any specific questions. Appreciate Mark's introduction and your time tonight. As he mentioned, this is a very narrow technical request for an encroachment agreement that's in the context of the overall Spark project, which has been going on for several years, going back to, I believe, as early as 2020. And the request is for, again, an encroachment agreement to allow 3 bridges to serve the project. If you've seen in the news, there was a change with this project. There's a large tenant who's taking over 1 million square feet of the facility for Pokemon card manufacturing. So it's a pretty interesting use. And I think you'll see throughout the presentation that the design and function of these bridges are really geared towards the specific needs of the operator and this type of facility. And so Mark went through the standards in great detail, but as he mentioned, the encroachment agreement is a little bit of an unusual request. It's not something you review often. And so just to provide a little more context, it's obviously not a rezoning request that would be approving permitted uses on the property. It's also not a quasi-judicial request, something like a variance or special use permit that you would review. It's really an administrative request, and so what that means, and the way that the UDO sets that up, is there are those 5 standards that Mark went through, and if the accessory structure and the agreement meet those standards, then the request should be approved. And so I'll go through those just in a little more detail and explain how we're meeting each one. The first standard is that the structure complies with Article 3 and Section 4.3. Article 3 is the general zoning section of the UDO, so that's what creates the zoning districts. And there's also the permitted use table that shows what uses are permitted in each district. The zoning here is Business Activity Center with the gateway overlay, so it's BAC GO. And the proposed use and the existing use for that matter is manufacturing light. And that is a permitted use in the BAC zoning district. And all three of these bridges will serve that principal use. So we're clearly consistent with Article 3. And then Section 4.3 requires some additional standards, the most important of which is the encroachment agreement. And that's what's in your packet. We appreciate staff's time. We worked with the town attorney on that document. Town attorney did the initial draft. We went back and forth several times and eventually arrived at the final version that's in your packet. And what that agreement does is, as Mark was just mentioning, answering Councilmember Gary Mel's question, it's because we need the agreement because the bridges are above the public right-of-way. And so they technically encroach into the public street. And so the town has to allow that encroachment. And the agreement only allows these encroachments with strict conditions that are outlined in the agreement, including things like, maintenance responsibilities and all those other things that you see in the agreement. And so we also wanted to show you several renderings to try to conceptualize better what these bridges will look like. This is the pedestrian bridge. You obviously can see a lot of glass on this rendering because the idea is that this bridge is really focused on moving employees between buildings. And the idea is to reduce traffic congestion and improve safety for employees that are moving from building to building. And these renderings are conceptual. They're not finalized, but I think the important takeaway and the requirement in the UDO is that these accessory structures, the bridges in this case, have the same or similar architecture to the primary buildings. And so the way that the encroachment agreement is set up, we had to be a little creative because the UDO really contemplates encroachments like monument signs for neighborhoods or much smaller things that it doesn't really address encroachments of this scale. And so we've set the agreement up so that all three encroachments will be approved tonight if you approve the encroachment agreement. But those bridges individually still have to be reviewed by staff for consistency with the UDO and the town's standard engineering specs. So this would not approve each individual bridge. It would just approve the encroachments. And then when each bridge is constructed, we would record a version of this agreement for that bridge with final drawings and architectural renderings. And so this is a rendering of the materials bridge. Obviously, you can see that it's more of a utilitarian bridge because it's focused on moving materials from building to building. As you can imagine, with a manufacturing facility like this, there are a lot of materials. We heard a really good question at Planning Board, which was, will there be ink or other flammable materials over the conveyor bridge? And the answer is no. There will not be hazardous materials. And so I think that helps with some concerns. I could see a potential concern with hazardous materials over the public right-of-way. This is, again, another view of the materials bridge, just trying to give you an idea of what that looks like. This is a rendering that is more of a parking lot view, and we thought it helped show the scale of the project. You can see the street under the bridge, and like when I first started working on this and was told we had 3 bridges over public rights-of-way, I couldn't picture at all what that looked like. So I think these examples help a little bit with understanding what that could look like. Again, you can see that since this is a material bridge meant for conveyances, it's a little more closed in, that there's not as much see-through glass there, but it's designed to complement the architecture of the manufacturing buildings. And then to sum up how we've met each of the required review standards, the first, I went through that in a lot of detail, the current zoning, allows this use. The bridges will serve that permitted principal use. Number 2 requires that it complies with all other applicable standards in the ordinance. The Spark project has site plans that date back to 2022. There are several existing buildings on the property. Obviously, when those went through the site plan process, they had to be reviewed for compliance with the UDO and then built consistent with the approved site plan. We're also undertaking several minor modifications. That's the vehicle that planning staff is using where we need to add buildings to the project or we need to tweak existing buildings. We're doing that through minor modifications to the original site plan approval. And then as I mentioned, each bridge will also be separately approved by town staff with construction drawings when those bridges are ready to be constructed. And then number 3 complies with the engineering design and construction manual. Same thing there. Each bridge will have to comply with all UDO standards at construction drawings. And we're not requesting any modifications from UDO standards. So all those UDO standards will apply to the design and construction of the bridges. Number 4 complies with all other applicable town ordinances. Again, each bridge will be reviewed for consistency. And then finally, the structure must comply with all requirements and conditions of prior development permits. I just went through those prior site plans. I know planning staff, when we submit construction drawings, they'll be confirming that our bridges, meet and comply with all the approved site plans and minor modifications that are pending. So with that, we appreciate your time tonight and we respectfully request approval. Thank you.
Are we ready for questions, Director Spagnoli?
Sure.
Okay, we'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Rabati, followed by Councilmember Scroggins Johnson, please.
My question is short. Are there any special licenses or training that would be required in order to inspect and certify the safety of structures like this?
So what we're requesting in the agreement is that it's inspected annually by a professional engineer. So a licensed engineer of the state and structural expertise would go and inspect the bridge, just like we do with other bridges we have in town that are owned by the town, or the same way NCDOT would inspect their own bridges.
And this would happen at our expense or?
No, this is at the developer's expense.
Okay. Yeah, that's all I have. Thank you.
Councilmember Scroggins Johnson, followed by Councilmember Patel, please.
Thank you so much for the presentation. First thing that popped in my mind was height, making sure that we don't have a situation like they do in Apex with the railroad tracks, always taking out the semis kind of thing. And I would imagine that there are going to be large trucks that are going to carry materials both to and materials from this site, as it is a light manufacturing site.
100%, great question. We actually are requesting that they meet a minimum requirement of 16 feet, which is in accordance with highway standards. So the semi trucks and so forth could easily pass underneath. And I think they're actually maybe proposing slightly higher than that officially, but we're requesting a minimum of 16 feet.
Yeah, I wasn't able to really blow it out and see it very well, so I appreciate you
100%.
providing that information. The other thing, is there any requirement, since this is a public street, that we have to notify, transportation kind of, channels that there is a bridge here? So like companies that have high, apparatus would know that they can't travel down this street?
Not that I'm aware of, but it wouldn't be any different than anybody traveling on an interstate highway. So we're meeting the same requirements. So at that point, I don't know if there's anything taller that we'd be passing through, unless somebody was like moving a house across the track like we did with the Pew House, but that would be
Right.
something
I
unusual.
still want something on, like there are certain regulations or anything. And then the last one is, I thought that Spark campus was going to be technically a closed campus, a secured campus. So aren't these bridges going to be constructed within that controlled campus?
Yeah, I believe there will be security measures and there will be controlled aspects of the campus. I'm not sure whether the public roads will be controlled. I'd like Garrettson to comment on that if you can.
That's right. The public streets will remain open. The primary, like fencing, if you will be around the buildings themselves.
Okay.
And part of the way we're securing our buildings is by utilizing these bridges. We keep them all material confined to them as well as the people to the extent we can.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, because the illustrations didn't show like the perimeter fencing and where it ended and began. It just showed the renderings of the buildings and the proposed.
Yeah, the fencing wasn't captured in those renderings.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you very much. That's all here.
Councilmember Patel.
So, a very quick question. What are the, how long, what are the lengths of these bridges?
The length? They vary. They vary in length. I mean, the right-of-way width is 50 feet, so they're going to be wider than that. There's one material bridge that I would say is well over 100 feet in length.
I don't know I don't know the lengths offhand, but the longest bridge will be, if you're familiar with what Origin 2 to Origin 1, the two existing buildings, those will be the longest, or that will be the longest because it kind of wraps around, has to go around that existing parking lot, turn, and go over that way. So the ones going over Sparkview are the most straightforward. They should be more or less the same.
Okay. I think that's it for me. Thank you.
So the maximum height for a truck allowed in North Carolina is 14 feet, right?
I think it's 14 and change, and that's why the minimum clearance for the highway bridge is 16.
Okay, so that gives me comfort. Councilmember Kesslin, please.
I don't have any questions. More so just a comment for the ether. I'd love to see renderings with day one plantings or, the existing plantings that are out there. I think oftentimes you get a lot of the landscaping that, oh, that's what it'll look like, when it's developed. But
sure,
that's just like I said, ether, not really related to this. I just saw the rendering in here, and it can be a little, it can skew the interpretation of a particular plan. I'm just, I don't have any real questions about this.
Yeah, the renderings that were provided were pretty, I'll say, minimalistic. They didn't show a lot of those details like landscape, but the entire project will have all of our landscape requirements included before we finalize anything on that property. And I'm sure that the planning department will spearhead that effort.
Thank you.
Great. Councilmember Patel, did you have something else? Anything you want to share before I open the public hearing?
No, everything's great for me.
Okay, this public hearing is now open. I'd like to invite anyone who has signed up or would like to speak on this subject to do so. Town Clerk Bertling, is anyone signed up?
We do have one signed up speaker, however, I don't believe they are still here. Steve Rao. And we received.
Mr. Rao, would you like to come to the microphone? Seeing no?
We have
Okay.
no online submissions.
Okay, would any of the applicant team like to say anything during the public hearing? Okay, I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
A motion from Mayor Potem Rabadi, a second from Councilmember Johnson to close the public hearing. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries unanimously 7-0. The public hearing is closed. Any further discussion or questions on this item? It is scheduled to return to us for action on August 11th, and it's already gone through planning and zoning. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much for taking the time to come see us. We're looking forward to the campus and its output.
Council, before we fully move on, I
Yes.
didn't hear too many questions or concerns tonight. Are you comfortable with this returning on consent? I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4. All right.
Okay, it's a very good question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Council.
Director Spagnola, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We are now at item 13, future meetings, events, and resident involvement opportunities. For a full listing of our events, please see the town calendar at www.morrisvillenc.gov. I've already mentioned that S'moresville is going to be August 10th, which is the day before our next meeting, so please make plans to do that. We'll now move on to council comments. Oh, and actually, we have a meeting on Thursday as well, work session, so put that on your calendar and join us again. Moving on to council comments, Councilmember Patel will share first, then will be followed by Councilmember Kestner. Councilmember Patel, please.
All right, so first of all, I want to take a moment to extend my sincere congratulations and gratitude to our town staff. Winning an All-American City Award is an incredible honor for Morrisville. This award reflects the very best of who we are as a community, and it also it's also a recognition like this doesn't happen by accident. It takes immense vision and effort. It's a direct result of dedication and hard work behind the scenes. In particular, I would like to recognize Erin Hudson and the whole team who poured so much energy into making this happen. So thank you for your leadership, hard work, and for bringing this recognition home for our community.
Thank you. Councilmember Kestner, followed by myself.
I would like to preemptively echo all of the great things that my fellow council members will say in their comments. And that's my comment.
Okay, perfect. I'll speak, and then Mayor Pro Tem Rabadi, I prepared my remarks as always. Last week, I had the opportunity to represent Go Triangle on the Regional Transportation Alliance's trip to Maryland, where we took a close look at their bus rapid transit system, not just the big picture, but the nuts and bolts level of how it actually works. They have a very robust system with dedicated lanes, level boarding, and many of the features we are working hard to bring here to Wake County, and was encouraging to see what's possible and how it can serve a growing region well. I also want to again thank our entire staff, and especially Erin and our communications department for their passion and leadership in showcasing the years of work our staff, residents, and local businesses have put into making Morrisville an all-America city. It wasn't just a weekend's worth of effort, it was a sustained dedication over time, and earning this recognition for a second time is truly something our whole community can be proud of. A few upcoming events to highlight. Please mark your calendars for S'moresville on Monday, August 10th. It's always a fun opportunity to come together for some tasty treats, and it happens to be the day before our next regular council meeting. The Triangle area Hindu temples are hosting their annual health fair on Saturday, August 8th, with the blood draw coming up this Saturday at HSNC. So if you're interested, you can simply search HSNC Health Fair for more information and to register. And for anyone who wants to learn more about our public art icon project or the progress of Wake County's bus rapid transit from Cary to Morrisville and RTP, we'll be here this Thursday at 6 p.m. to share updates. With that, I'll turn it over to Councilmember Rabadi.
I've recently been promoted to Mayor Pro Tem.
Woo-hoo. Sorry.
That's okay. Yeah, I won't be at the August 11th meeting, so I did just want to express my support for the project that that we just had the presentation about. And I know that I already said this, but the Parks and Rec events this month have been fabulous. I've tried to get to as many as I can. It's really hard because they all occur smack in the middle of the business day, but just great events, and I love that they're so creative and new. Every single thing they did, we haven't done in town before. So just great job, everyone. Oh, and congratulations, Lori. I understand you have a new firm, and that's fantastic. Good luck.
Councilmember Scroggins-Johnson, followed by Councilmember Caramella.
I would just like to say that S'moresville is the favorite event of mine all year long. And I am excited to read the proclamation. I hope everybody comes on out and celebrates the unique signature event of our town, and also helps celebrate their recent win as a recognition of the All-American City. So, thank you.
Councilmember Garamella, followed by Councilmember Johnson, please.
Not a whole lot, but I sent Brandon a text today when I was reading the newspaper a Mediterranean restaurant in Morrisville is ranked number 11 in the country. And I was kind of surprised because I've never been to, and a lot of the people have never been to one, but I can't remember.
Schwarm Stop.
Schwarm Stop. Yeah, and it's near, I think, the Duke Urgent Care, the old complex where the Duke Urgent Care is. So it's interesting when we have those kind of good news that I think we should use that as an opportunity to publicize it. That's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Johnson, please.
So I owe Cindy an apology. I said O2 Fitness earlier. I said O2 Fitness was in Cary and the parking lot was in Mooresville. I got it totally confused with the other fitness center off of James Jackson. O2 Fitness is in the town of Mooresville totally. So I apologize to Cindy. She was very kind. She was probably looking at me like I was crazy. But I'm also on European time, so I think it's 4:30 a.m. in the morning, so I am tired. And that's my last comment, so thank you.
Welcome back. Town Manager Zudema, do you have any comments? Or Zudema?
Yeah, let's go with Zudema. I'm going to turn to Kayla real quick, just in regards to your digital business cards.
So you'll recall last year, we switched over to digital business cards as one of our sustainability efforts. While we're still promoting that as the sustainable choice, we have gotten some requests from council members for physical business cards, or they're both physical, paper business cards. So if you would like some paper business cards, just let me know. Additionally, we're just making sure we still have all of our digital business cards as an asset, and we're making sure they still work. So if you didn't bring it tonight, please bring your digital business card Thursday. Thank you.
Can I ask a super quick question? I have boxes of business cards already. Is there any objection to me continuing to hand out the old ones and not ordering new ones necessarily?
No, not at all.
Great, thank you.
Anything else from the leadership team, sir?
No, sir.
Okay. We'd like to thank everyone for watching the meeting that we just had. If you have any more questions about anything, please visit www.morrisvillenc.gov. And please join us again on Thursday for our meeting. At this time, we're going to adjourn. Is there a motion and second to adjourn this evening's meeting?
I will make that motion.
Motion to adjourn from Mayor Pro Tem Rabadi, second from Councilmember Patel. All those in favor of adjourning, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries unanimously 7-0. Thank you very much. We all adjourned. It is 10:28.